Ahaha. Coming in live from this place. Hi, y'all. Gotta figure out now. Music should play and have playing in the background, just for royalty-free songs that won't get nobody angry, but also give me something to. And there's a bunch of songs going on. Let me see these. Bunch of royalty-free stuff that I have. And it should be playing now, which is good. And yeah. There's weird music going on. There's about to be art going on as well. For this here now today, I'm doing, what's it called? The brand new page of the comic, Call It What You Want Part 2, which has, how many windows to manage? Has our boys Bradley and Francis showing up. There's some text going on, but I made it very, uh, what's the word? Transparent, less opaque, either or. Just to not give you all any spoilers, but also give me some clues of where the text is, so I don't focus on making drawings that would go behind them. No, just comically out things. Hashtag. Also, hello to the people over there, the streams. Rockyo and Franco. Hello. Morning. Or morning. Good, whatever the time of the day it is for you guys. Those two over at the YouTube stream. This stream is also going on onto Picarto, so if you follow me either on YouTube or Picarto, you can hi. I'm reading comments from both. Reading comments. Makes it sound so fancy. Regardless, welcome, and happy to have you around. Hope you're all enjoying the stream. So, as I was saying previously, it's the newest comic page. Call it What You Want Part 2. Page 16 out of hopefully, possibly, ideally 20. Don't know that I will actually get to 20 pages. I hope to dog I do. But who knows? And Sam, you say that this sounds like Celeste music. It's kinda does. I like how this sounds, and I think, well, this is definitely royalty-free music, but I think that the people who made this music, whoever they are, I don't know, they were trying to make it fit the 80s aesthetic that Stranger Things seems to want to go for most of the time, or that the intro goes for at least, because that's what the name of this specific track is called. It's a Stranger Thing. By the way, it's well, yeah, it's a Stranger Thing unknown author. I downloaded it from YouTube library, and I don't think that it came with artist information. Actually, it's probably not from YouTube Library, because the royalty-free music you get from YouTube Library, they come with a file format thing. It tells you the author, the artist. This one doesn't, so. Uh, Franco, you said that it's raining here from Argentina. It's 3:25 in the morning. Hi, from Brazil. Same. It's 3:25 over here as well. However, it's not raining here. I mean, not necessarily not thankfully. I wish it would was raining because it's awfully warm in here. About now that it's like 3 in the morning, it's much the temperature much more chill. Like it's in the 22 degrees Celsius, but earlier it was much warmer. Like today I think that the highest was 32 degrees, like around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It was pretty hot, so I would very much appreciate some rain right now, but alas, don't get to be that lucky. Although the entire day was kinda overcast, and the forecast does says that tomorrow will be a rainy day, so let's get our fingers crossed for incoming rain. And Franco, you say that you're fine, and me, I'm doing fine as well. I'm kinda doing fine. Like I said, it's very warm in here, and I hate the warmth. It makes me not want to work at all, which is problematic, seeing as I need to do art, lots of it. However, the thing with doing art is that I can do my own times. I don't need to work on a set specific hours. I can afford to spend the entire day just sleeping and coming to work on my art stuff in the midnight hours, when the temperature is much lower and I can actually focus on what I'm doing. Because earlier today I was trying to think like, I need to work on the comic and such, and I just couldn't focus on working at all with how warm it was. It would have been great to have worked a little bit more on the comic earlier during the day, because as it happens, Friday is the day in which I post a new page everywhere. The free pages, I think I'll be posting page 11 or 12, probably 12 today on the interwebs, on all the places, the free page of the day. And that page has already been done, so I don't need to sweat too much about that one. But the newest page, the latest page, the one I'm currently working on, this page needs to go live today, Friday. And if I had already been working on it early in the morning, I would not have been so late with it. But like I said, it was too warm to focus on working. But that's alright. Also, hello there, Ventus Power. Ah, de fato tá bem tarde já, mas. Como eu tava explicando, esse é o horário em que está, está não quente o suficiente para eu conseguir prestar atenção no que eu tô fazendo e focar no trabalho. O resto do dia está. O resto do dia de hoje esteve quente demais para prestar atenção, para conseguir me concentrar em pensar na história, escrever o roteiro, fazer os layouts, planejar tudo e tudo mais. This is the this is the art portion of the day in which the um which I need to figure out the character expression, and this is even trickier because to figure out the character expressions I usually do these expressions, these facial expressions myself. And to do them and think about how the muscles in my face move and how I replicate them into drawing, I need to concentrate and shut up for a moment, just be like, how does those eyes go again? E sim, ventos, aqui tava muito quente hoje. De tarde tava fazendo 32 graus. Agora à noite não sei que temperatura tá fazendo, mas eu acho que tá fazendo uns 22, 23. Adiciona uns 3 graus aí, 3 ou, 3 ou 4 ou 5, porque meu quarto tá meio fechado. E o ventilador tá ligado. E se o ventilador tá ligado, quer dizer que tá quente. A sensação térmica tá pelo menos 25 graus, se não mais. And I gotta inverse this eyebrow place thing. Gotta do the famed smarmy brow. The facial expression I love to hate and hate to love. Because nothing gets a character to look and feel more quirky than this smarmy brow. But also, the thing about the smarmy brow specifically is that it's a pitfall that you can fall into overusing this. So, gotta watch out for this smarmy brow. In many which ways, both in how you're doing this smarmy brow, but also in how you're, like, if you're overusing it or not, but also in the flavor of smarmy brow, because you can have soft smarmy brows and strong smarmy brows. It's a wild one, to say the least. But in any case, how are you all doing tonight? Today? Vocês estão hoje? Espero que estejam todos bem, felizes, barriga cheia. Sem nada grande ou ruim atrapalhando você. And those of you who are here, first and foremost, hi. Thank you for stopping by. Check the stream. Glad that you are all here. Secondly, I don't stream often, you might find. I used to a lot back in whenever, but I have fallen out of this whole streaming shtick, mostly because I had turned it into a commitment, and can get a little bit wonky committing to streaming because of how much energy I have to put into it to be streaming every day. These many hours per day, every day, and oh boy, it's a lot of energy that I'm putting into this thing. Then at a certain point, you're just like, no, you know what? No, I don't want to. I want to take a break. But you can't because, oh no, today's the day of my streaming schedule. I don't feel like talking to people at all. I'm in a bad mood, I'm depressed, I'm this, I'm that, and then power through it. And then also I realized that I'm sinking a lot of hours into not really getting many returns. Or rather, the returns I expected, I did get a lot of returns out of there, but out of streaming, but not the specific ones I was looking for. So I stopped. And then every once in a while I would randomly start up a stream, but they're few and far between. So impromptu streams I call them. Vênus, você disse que aqui no Rio tá sempre horrível dormir. Por causa do calor, da insônia de hoje, porque tá quente. Esse é um dos grandes problemas do verão aqui, é não conseguir dormir. Mas em todo caso, boa noite pra você, Ventus. Obrigado por ter aparecido, espero que você tenha aproveitado o tempo que você passou aqui. Qualquer coisa, se você não conseguir dormir, eu vou continuar por aqui por mais umas boas horas, então até depois, boa noite. And like I was saying, the thing with streaming is that I got into streaming thinking that like I mostly wanted to get better at speaking English, like feel more comfortable with my spoken English. Also, wanted to see if I could get a manner of career into entertainment, video entertainment, and show hosting and such. I had in the past done like mini attempts at stuff like that. Like there was a point time once where I did like an interview with another artist. His name escapes me. Liobo. I did an interview with Liobo, a furry artist, about his art style and his general everything and anything. And then I put it on top of one of my time lapses from the comic. And then I was thinking like, that's cool. I could do more of that. Try and do more of those in the future, see how it goes. But then I realized that that's a lot of work, and Diobo was the only person who said, "Sure, I'm going to be interviewed by you." Other people weren't super keen or feeling so hot about the whole interview prospecting. So creating content in that regard was weird. Creating content in the what's it called? let's play format was also weird because it requires recording and editing videos and being funny, which I'm not. So live streaming my art was the way that I thought, maybe I can entertain people at. Quickly found out that it's not super reliable to do that because doing art requires a lot of mental power, concentration, because it is a creative work, and talking to people in a concise manner also requires a lot of concentration. So you're either gonna do very badly at both, or do or focus on properly focus on only one of those. So I started streaming games, well, doing games live streams, and then I realized that, oh no, I lost focus there for a while. So let's dial back, go back to the drawing board, and figure out something else. And that's sort of what I did. Going back to the drawing board with the whole streaming concept, and decided to stop streaming altogether. However, whilst streaming, I did back in 2019, 18, 19-ish. I did meet a lot of people and got like a Discord group going with all the people, and it was fun having like a like having a community, friends and people and such. And seeing how several of those people that I met during the streaming days are still my friends, I'd say that yeah, even though it didn't go anywhere as far as like a career, or it was still very much worthwhile. For these many friendships that I made along the way. And even if they are odd like you, yes, Leo. It's still... It's still, like... Very... Very interesting to think about that in a certain way, because... It is an experience I went in with one mindset, one set of expectations and plans, and came out on the other side with a lot of things I did not expect to have happened. Like, I never expected to get better at talking to people and becoming more empathetic. It's a weird thing, but streaming does that to you. I think, just to a lot of people, it does that to you, which is learning to pay more attention to others. And I never expect that to have become a thing, but I don't know if it is a thing that happens to streamers altogether, but it happened to me. Was learning to pay more attention to other people and listen to them and care about them. Something I wasn't very good at doing before. Not good at all. Also, it has dawned on me that I could take this opportunity to go over there and advertise that I'm streaming elsewhere, such as Profinity, because Cloud knows that there's only a number of people on Twitter that follows me that are awake at this late in the night. Streaming new comic page. Then I would just shamelessly go to my Twitter post and copy everything, paste there, because that's simple enough, and post it, and hope that the links work. I think they do. There used to be a time that links didn't automatically work on Profinity, and you had to do the whole HTML thing of open bracket RRL equal sign the link, close bracket, and then type in a text, the hyperlink text, then open bracket slash URL close bracket to post a link. Now it's much simpler. You can just type in the link and it'll automatically detect, hey, this is a link, I probably should turn this into a hyperlink, instead of waiting for people to be like, not gonna do anything until you turn me into a link minister. It's been a while since it happened, I don't know when, but like several years. And then aside from Profinity and Twitter, I don't use it, right? So nowhere else to advertise. Technically, there's Facebook, but if there's one thing I'm sure is that nobody that I know is awake right now on Facebook. But you know what? Could not hurt to throw it out there, just for kicks. You never know. Yeah, there you go. Now, this is for real. Have advertised about my stream everywhere that I can and have any manner of presence. Nobody shows up, it's because it's 3 in the morning. Almost 4 in the morning. In any case, you will notice that I'm working on this new page of the comic. If you're not coming in from Patreon, you've probably only read up to page 11, I believe, is the last free page that I posted. And I guess with what's going on in page 11 is much different from what's going on with page 16, which is this one. So to sum it up without telling too much, as you would expect from a slice of life comic like this, is that Francis and Bradley have been having like one of those the talks between themselves, and this would be the resolution of the talk. So Francis being very, well, yeah. I don't want to say too much because that. I do will take a Formula One car straight into Spoiler Town. And for getting to Spoiler Town, I want to drive slow and easy, not like a madman, and run over everything and everyone. So if there are doubts about what's going on, just ask, and I'll explain things as I'll explain whatever's going on that you guys would like to know more about. However, I will not just go throwing information away for free in regards to the comic. I don't wanna spoil the experience for those who have not yet read the comic or had the opportunity to, because most of it is on Patreon. But yeah, in short, this is Francis and Bradley after one of the talks, of which there are several in this comic chapter. And they're finishing up the sorting out of things. Also, it's kind of weird when you think about it, just how much what's it called? How much talking there is in a slice of life comic between characters. Oh, so hello there, Harris Bar. Welcome. Say Vin, FYI. What do you mean by Vin? That's from the YouTube comments. If you are on YouTube, hi, YouTube viewers. If you're on Picardo, hi, Picardo viewers. The stream is happening simultaneously at both places, so you can watch no matter where you no matter which platform you're at, you can still catch the stream. And I'm reading comments from both. Although there's nobody on Picardo commenting, probably because of how late it is for everyone. That's okay. That happens. I mean, I should also be in bed. Should have been in bed hours ago. But I can't, and I won't. I'm a stubborn little lad, and I'll remain here. The only downside, quote-unquote downside of streaming on both platforms at once is that YouTube is a little bit more strictly with what you can stream and play and do and such. So that's, a telltale sign that, oh, this will be a safe for work stream, I guess. But also, no copyrighted music gets to be played. So I am not sure what we're listening to, but it's royalty-free songs that I picked up along the years and have collected them in royalty-free music gallery, and to use them for these specific circumstances when I'm doing a prompt to stream. I have royalty-free music to play. Just yeah, sure. Use some empty air, some empty space. Go. If any such song interests you guys, just let me know and I'll make sure to track down its name and tell you what it is. I think I was also like looking for specific songs to collect over the years, not only songs that, you know, sound nice. If you're going to royalty-free territory, there's a lot of stuff out there that is like, I guess you can consider this music, but I don't know exactly what application it would have. So from all the stuff that was out there, I think I was mostly looking for things that could sort of like fit each the game soundtrack category. For no better reason than, in the event that in the future I might end up making a video game. Crazy thought, I know. I would have some songs to use to pull out from. Never really happened. Except that one time I made a VN, but then I went and searched for music specifically for that one. But all of these songs that I had already collected, none of them were useful. Every once in a while when I need to like make a quick video or something, having a library of songs to pull from is super helpful. Nowadays, all of these royalty-free songs, they are helpful whenever I am running D&D games. And I need songs for like, the players are in town, or the players are in combat, or the players are throwing a toga party or whatever. I have songs for many different occasions, and since they're all game soundtracky-ish, they do fit the role-playing game aesthetic quite well. And mostly what it is for game soundtracks is the whole being instrumental, but also not having too many instruments or too many variations inside of the song. So it's like a rocky song and not rocky as in rock, and not progressive rock where it starts one way and then just goes getting crazier and crazier, or different and just goes places and takes long vacations at said places or coming back home and all that kind of stuff. They're good songs, but simple in a certain way, that so they are not too distracting. As that's the problem with songs in general when you want to use them for games or role-playing game sessions, tabletop RPGs rather, is if the song is too wild, too distracting, pulls out from the mood that you're building in the game. Sam, you said having looked into game sound / music too, I've heard a lot of that music, quote unquote, as well. Yeah, if you look into it, you'll find all kinds of weird stuff going on. But sure thing. Have a good night, Leo, and care. Sleep well. Night, even. Now, as for sketching everything, throughout the years I've been coming up with different sketching techniques, and the latest one that I've landed on is this one. It's it's kind of simple in a way, but also kind of complicated in another different way. It's how I saw that everyone that does like landscapes and scenery art does it. If someone's illustrating like not characters but backgrounds, that's how they do. They start blocking out shapes in the horizon and then closer, and they start using values like, let's put a little bit more black or a little bit more white. And is this further away? Let's use closer values, closer to gray, 50% gray. And is it very close to the camera? Is it in the foreground or middle ground? Let's start using more contrasting values, so closer to black and closer to white. Straight to the thing. For me, however, I was using this mix of values, but then I realized that was a lot of work to put shades to things. So I started to just use the pure black and pure white. What I do is try to figure out what I want to go for in this specific panel and draw a silhouette of the character. Get a general idea for what you're doing. Get a silhouette going to sort of give off the most accurate vibe for body, for the pose, like the body language, both with like just the pose that the body as a whole is doing, but then also looking a little bit further into the hands and the arms specifically, or arms and then hands specifically, and then also the face. And when the silhouette is good, start adding some more details on the inside of things. Like I start going into every part and putting in the whites inside the blocked out area. Now build the inner silhouette, and once the inner silhouette is built, then we can go into the full-on drawing in the details, as people have said, like sculpting, but sculpting with 2D art. And also, hello there, Has on YouTube. Welcome, and very nice outlining. Thank you very much for your compliment. Like I was just saying here, the whole idea of the latest sketching technique that I landed on is these, where I start with an outline, a silhouette of the character pose, something that matches the mood, the body language that I want the character to have, and then I start with the whole finessing pose. By the way, how's it going with you? Hope you're doing well. It is late night. Enjoy some royalty-free music. Also, hello there, Zikeo Zik. Good night to you too. How's it going? If you're going, then yeah, have a good night. Sleep tight. If you're just joining in, I hope you're having a good one. But in any case, how are you guys doing tonight? Those of you who still have the mental power to process things late at night. Those of you who are probably also in America as I am, which makes it, well, either North or South America, which makes it very late in the night for you. I was pondering about going to bed, but I need to have this page done by tomorrow, so I checked down a couple energy drink cans, and here I am, getting some work done. Which is, not bad necessarily. I have a weird sleeping schedule, regardless of regular work schedule as well. Which is one of the weirdly interesting things of being an artist, a freelance artist like I am, is that I can make hours. If I want to work during the night, I can do that. Certainly, it helps if the entire world around me also agrees to allow me to follow my schedule, but oh, people have needs and they don't care that you went to bed at 6 in the morning. They have needs and those needs are urgent, so they wake you up and have you do things. But that's nor here nor there. Also, a weird random question. Not necessarily weird, not necessarily that random, but out of those of you who are in the chat and are awake, preferably, uh, have you in regards to the comic, I imagine you have read it. I hope, and if so, um, what are your thoughts on it thus far? In this Call It What You Want Part 2. I spent the second half of last year working on Part 1 of Call It What You Want, which uh, the comic specifically which introduced the character of Francis, which is a brand new character, but also brought back Bradley, a character from Call Me Daddy, my first comic in this series that I made. And then I spent the finish of the second half of last year working on the second part, and now the beginning of this year also working on the remaining pages of the second part of this comic. there's a specific chapter in this story. Not necessarily chapter, but there's a specific story altogether. It's mostly that the Call Me series is now a 7-parter series. That's why I say chapters, because same characters, quote unquote. Kind of all throughout. And this current part, called part 6 and 7 in the Call Me series, features Francis, the hyena, Bradley the bull, and the gist with the comic title, call it what you want, that I was looking for inspiration on things, then I don't remember exactly how. I was looking back at some music in my playlist, because every once in a while I keep on adding more songs to my playlist, and I had recently added a lot of songs to my playlist, and then I kept listening to them on repeat until I got sick of them. And then instead of repeating the newest songs in my playlist, I let the playlist play away. So it went through those and towards the rest of the playlist that I had added forever ago. And one of the songs that was a little bit further back in the playlist was Best Friends by Foster the People. The thing with that song, though, is that I really like it for the beat, for the rhythm, for the message to a certain degree. The lyrics. And I was like, oh yeah, Foster the People, they have some other cool songs. I had added Houdini forever ago. I had also added Call It What You Want some time ago as well. Then I went back to listen to those songs. And then it dawned on me that, hey, let me observe and think about the song title for a little while longer, because I was in a very introspective moment then and there. I was thinking more about the meaning of the lyric altogether. I'm actually paying attention to the lyric. And I said, oh wow, would you look at this? Call it what you want, the lyric. It's pretty much one for one the message that this new comic that I'm planning has. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna just name this new comic chapter after this. Call it what you want. It's even funny because it also matches a little bit the whole Call Me aesthetic that I was going for this whole series. It doesn't follow it perfectly because it shifts from Call Me to Call It. But I think it's just like close enough. Screw it, I'm gonna go with that. So I did. So it took some more time to listen to that song a few more times, repeat it in my head, really analyze the lyrics and get some inspiration from it, and it also forget the word I was going to use, not necessarily dictate, but like it informed the direction I was going to go with the story altogether. I said, you know, I like this. I like I really like the direction this comic is going, the direction that the using that song title and lyric is bringing this story. I like all of it. Then I went ahead with it. And then it took some people a long time to realize, oh, Call It What You Want is a reference to the Foster the People song. Huh. I think one of the comments of someone in the that someone posted on Furfinity was pretty much like, "Oh, this sounds just like that song by Foster the People. Call it what you want." And I said, "Yeah, it is inspiration. I explicitly said so in the cover." They said, "Oh, gosh darn dang it, I didn't read the cover." Or rather, the description on the cover post that said, "This is the inspiration." Which goes to show, not a lot of people read the artist description on a lot of posts. But then again, that also goes into something else I had kind of noticed, quote unquote, with doing comics instead of doing just regular single pieces of art out and about. Is that when you're doing comics, like sequential art, every page follows up and builds up on the previous page and such, is that every post that you make has a lot of baggage attached to it. If you post page tomorrow, today, later, I'm gonna be posting page 12 of this comic, so whoever sees it is gonna be like, "Oh, fun, page 12 of the second part of this comic." So to understand the contents of this that has just been posted and has shown up in my timeline, my feed, or my whatever, I need to read the previous 11 pages in this part, plus the 20 pages in the previous part, so I need to read 31 pages to get the full grasp on this piece of art. So that requires a much bigger commitment, reader, from the viewer. Whereas if I do a single piece of art, like, it's just just one single image of this character, just doing whatever, but like in an interesting pose, with an interesting outfit, in an interesting situation, or what have you, suddenly you, the viewer, the reader, don't need to invest nearly as much into getting the full experience from that piece of art, because it's a standalone and it supports itself on its own. So you see that picture and you examine it, and you are already able to grasp everything there is to know and get from that picture alone. The requirement initial investment is minimal. Whereas a comic page has a much larger initial investment that you need to really get it and enjoy it, fully enjoy it. So I can see why a lot of people would not. They would see the comic and be like, "Oh, interesting, this page. Let me go back and read the others." That's already like a lot more than other people are doing. Some other people just be like, "Oh, page 11 out of, or rather, page 57 out of 57. That's a lot of pages. I want to go back and read 56 pages of something I'm not even sure if it is good or not, just to get to this point and understand this current page here, so I'm just gonna pass on it." But no, some people, those that decide to go back and actually invest, they find out that, oh, there are some pages, let me read through them. So instead of reading the page and the description of every page individually, one by one, even if they do include some explanations for what's going on, some um, creator notes on that explains like why this is the way it is, what's going on, blah blah blah. They're just it's just they just read the page because they're like, oh, I need to catch up with all of those pages to enjoy that one I saw recently. But they go back, read just the pages, and then when they get to the latest page, they go and make a comment on whatever they last observed. Or whatever they managed to grasp from this binge reading experience. And then they might state something, or ask something, or interact by mentioning something that was already discussed or mentioned in the description of a previous page, but because they were not following each page's description closely because of the nature of binge reading, that they missed said detail. It's just like a lengthy way of saying that not everyone reads what I'm saying in my posts, and that's okay. It's great that they're just taking the effort to start reading it to begin with. But here, now that we're out of the illustrating the face portion of the drawing, you can see a little bit better this sketching method in action, which is I have just a big silhouette, some guidelines in there, drawn in white, and whenever I feel like I have a grasp on what exactly I want to go for, so like now on the other side of the shirt, you can just draw like a contour, close it up, and then use the bucket tool to fill it in. That just shows up perfectly in place, perfectly aligned to everything that I need and that I want. Then I can just move on from there. And since the entire silhouette is black, all I need to do is draw things in such a way that I don't connect the zones one another. And whenever I fill things in, it'll work. I don't know exactly how to explain it in a more like interesting way. But what matters is that those zones, when you start to throw in all of those zones, they start to feel like something. And this is what you're going for, really, is just like, drawing is pretty much just a big illusion, really. You just want to place a bunch of lines in such a way that it feels like you're looking at something. And that's what you end up doing, and in the end, it just works, I guess. I have no better way of explaining that. It just works. And the fun thing about this is that this is more of a technical side of things deal, but I figured it's interesting to explain still. Is that whenever I get to the doing the line art portion of the art, um, actually no, it's not. It doesn't even get that far. It's something that benefits me right away here now. That whenever you're drawing something, like preparing this something for the line art, so you're doing the sketch of something that you're going to finish up later on with line art. You want your lines in the sketch to be precise. You don't want that, but that's what you think you want. You think you want them to be precise. Because the more precise the line is during the sketching phase, the easier it'll be to just go into the line art and just draw over them. And be done with it. So you think you want your lines to be precise, so you spend a lot of time just finagling and polishing your sketch to get it as precise as possible for the line art. But the gist of it truly is that you don't need nor want your sketch to be precise. You want to leave a little bit of room for shifting things back and forth a little bit. And that's one of the many advantages of this sketch style. It's precisely that by filling in areas like this, like in the big silhouette of black, I just pulls off an area and paint it. The line that divides those areas, or rather the gap that divides those areas, it's not necessarily a line because I didn't draw it, it's just a gap. This gap has a ridiculously variable size. So, depending on how close I drew the line to divide certain areas, the gap feels like a line, like a sharp, deliberate line, or it might feel like just a very, very chunky, kind of sloppy line. Like here at the elbow, it's a huge area of black. Whereas closer to the shirt, it's a little bit more well-defined and more... it's a little bit more defined and closed off. And that's the interesting thing here, when you think about it. Is that, whenever we get to the line art phase of this piece of art, it doesn't really matter that the line art is super tight, or rather the sketch is super tight, because we can tighten it up ourselves in the line art. Since we are going to make just one line, I have like an area that the line can fall into, but I don't need to match it 100%. I can have a little bit of leeway to say, no, this line goes a little bit over that side or a little bit over to this side. So long as it falls within that area, the black region, it's good. So long as it falls in there, it's good. The place it should be. But because I'm not bothering too much with making sure that the line is in the perfect position, as one would if they were to sketch in the usual way, in which instead of blocking out areas, you just have a line and start drawing, you're able to sketch faster and resolve the poses, the panels more swiftly. And this is something I have realized before, but before I was using the shades of gray approach to blocking out areas. So even though I got the same end result, the path that I needed to take to get there is much longer and much more laborious, which ended up making this whole thing feel a little bit trickier to work with. So here now I'm polishing a little bit, going through this area and tining, tining, making this line a little bit more narrow. And that's something I don't need to do necessarily. I could just leave it be. Because like I said, whenever I get to the line art part of the art properly, I already know where the line art needs to fall into. I have no need for precision right now because the precision is going to come later, but I can afford to apply the precision only later. There doesn't need to be precision right now. And this is an entire amount of concepts and techniques that took me years and years and years of drawing comics and drawing art in general to realize, figure out, and improve on. Because there's a lot of concepts and things that you figure out by doing, but then even after you figure them out, it still takes you a while to implement them into your workflow. There's a lot of things that I do still art-wise that are bad habits I picked up along the years, but have still not fully abandoned, and had to learn and figure out the hard way, and they kind of just turn into bad habits at this point. One such, we're going to start seeking some examples, is that whenever you do digital art, you start to get used to keyboard shortcuts to do stuff. Like change to this or that tool, you do keyboard shortcuts. Like B is the brush, D is the line art pen, E is the eraser, X changes between the main and secondary color, C switches to the transparent color in Clip Studio specifically. There are those many keyboard shortcuts that you start using throughout work. And one thing that I started doing a lot of, fortunately, I believe I was working with Paint Tool Sai, and Paint Tool Sai had a thing that I never realized, which is a temporary tool. I don't remember if it was Paint Tool Sai or Clip Studio, but one of those had a temporary tool, which is a concept that is wild for someone coming from Photoshop CS2 to be more specific, which is that if you hold the key for a specific tool, instead of switching to the tool, you switch temporarily. So while I am holding down B, I'm on the brush, and once I let go of B, I go back to the previous tool I was using. And of course, there's a lot of settings of how long do you want the key press to be identified as a hold instead of a press in milliseconds, and no other such settings to better fit your work style. But a lot of those settings are kind of hidden, and if you're an artist that is starting to learn a program, you first start to learn how it works and how it feels before you start to decide that you're going to try and commit and stick to it, and then you start to look into the settings to see how you can better tailor it to your usage. And I never really did that much when I was starting. I just realized that, hey, sometimes I press the key to change to a certain tool, and it doesn't change just to that tool. So I started to get the habit of pressing the key to switch to the specific tool multiple times. If I wanted to go into if I wanted to change the eraser, I started to press the eraser shortcut several times. Then I got better about that, but then I got worse about that. Again, because in Clip Studio there's this thing where you can set the same keyboard shortcut for several different tools, so every time you press that keyboard shortcut, it cycles through the tools. And and then I'm like, well, I want to get to the brush. Then I just keep on pressing the shortcut key and do a stroke on the canvas. And if the stroke comes out the way I wanted it to, then I'm like, yeah, I have the right tool. If it doesn't, then I just quickly Ctrl Z and try and do the stroke with the wrong tool, and then press the keyboard shortcut for the brush again. But I have to press like multiple times. The first to switch back to it from whatever tool I was using, and then again to move on to the proper one that I want. Because a part of my brain thinks, hey, I just used the keyboard shortcut, Ctrl Z, undo. That was a tool. So I need to change back to the tool, which will be in the last one I used, and then press it again to go to the one I actually want to choose. But Ctrl Z is not a tool. But my brain already assigns that, hey, every time I press anything on the keyboard, it's a keyboard shortcut. I have changed to another tool. So doing this back and forth through using different tools kinda messes up your mind a little bit. Especially when you start to get a little bit too focused on the thing that you're drawing, the current art that you're doing, and you cease to pay attention to the screen itself, because like at the left hand side it says which tool I'm currently using, and some more specialized settings about it. And if I'm too focused on what I'm drawing, I forget to look at it. So even though it's right on my face telling me, hey, you're currently using this tool, I don't see it. And then I'm like, well, I'm in the wrong tool. Let me keep pressing this button several more times until it does what I want it to do. And then you keep on doing that nonsense over and over and over until you really get the hang of it. And over time, you start to realize how things work and how to do, how to properly work with digital tools. You build up techniques and expertise about the tools and the methods that you're using, and that's when you sometimes you come across these discoveries like, hey, I just discovered this new way of sketching things that works, and then you start using that and see that it does work, and you're like, cool, let me incorporate these into my tool set. And then you come across some other technique and you're like, oh, this sounds fun, let me give it a try, and then you try it out. That it doesn't work as well as you expected, or does but isn't as fast as you expected, then you start to ponder like, do I keep on investing on this technique, this method, or just shirk it off and go back to the old tried and true methods? Oh no, do we? Oh no! It's catching up to me. Overall, doing art is a very engrossing thing. You know? Spend some more time looking introspectively at it. Regardless, this stream has been going on for about like 1.5 hours, so it's about as good as time as any. Trask, how are you guys? Those of you who are there. Still awake, still vibing, still chilling. What is up? Yo. For me, despite the heat from Brazilian summer, we're going trying to catch up a little bit on work before I go to bed, then wake up tomorrow thinking, oh no, I'm even more late now. And then go back to working frantically on this. Overall, the sketching portion is the trickiest and slowest portion because it's you using all of your gosh dang brain power to figure out what is this pose that I'm trying to do, what is this specific well, what is the pose that you want to do, what is the overall mood that I'm trying to go for, the character expressions, this and that, and you start to try to figure out all of those nuances about every single panel on top of, you know, writing the whole page. And once you have all of that done, you can finally start to sketch things, which also takes some time because you are actively trying to figure out every bit of it. Even though as you can see, I'm sketching like black and white, just the character, just some silhouettes and then some details here and there to show the current thing that is going on. But ideally, when you're sketching, you're also trying to think of other things like, what is the background going to be like? Is it relevant in this sketch page? Do I need to some detail into that, or can I just leave it be? And so forth. And then you need to keep all of that in mind as you're doing the sketch, all the way until you're done with the sketch. Once you are done with the sketch, then comes the rest, which is doing the line art, doing the colors, and those processes are a little bit less involved, because doing the line art is something more mechanical. You just need to look at where there is art, or where the sketch guidelines are, and then just go from there. For the colors, you just sample from the previous pages and put them in the right spots. Same thing for shading, you just think a little bit about where's the light coming from, and then properly shade the scene. But overall, since you're not having to actively figure out so many details about every specific panel, you can do these processes, these portions of the comic, a whole lot faster, or at least maybe not as fast, but time passes faster whilst you're doing those, because you're not constantly thinking about everything that you're doing. Some of those things, they start to become a little bit more automatic. Start to, you know, zone out and just work without really thinking about what you're doing. Which some would argue that it's bad, and others would argue that it's good. I'm for the argument that it is good, mostly. When you start to do this work that feels like more automatic and mechanical rather than something more creative and involved. And I think I do say that because it's good for me that it's automated process, because I'm the sole artist making the entire thing. So I'm putting my creative power, my insight into the bits that matter the most, just the character expressions and the overall poses and feeling of the scene. That's where I feel like that's the element I feel that has the heaviest weight out of everything that one needs to do in a comic page. For me, at least. So those are the things I focus the most on, and do them. Everything else can be a little bit more mechanical because the important parts have already been figured out. So, if you were not working, if I was not working all on my own, if I was doing this for someone else, like not the whole thing, but like if I was sharing the work with someone else, like, hey, this other artist gets to do the art, and I get you like the sketch, and I get you to do the line art, or vice versa. I do the sketch and they do the line art. Since I'm not doing the entire thing, I can afford to pay more attention to other parts of the drawing, like only the parts that are my responsibility, I'm going to fully focus on them. Like if I'm doing the line art and the coloring, I'm probably going to put a lot more effort into those to make them shine and pop a little bit more. So I would start to look into better quote unquote line art techniques, something more artistic. One thing that I really like is the Western comic books, mostly. They have this style where they use chunks of black to fill in certain areas, like even before it goes through colorist, even when it's just the black and white line art, there are big portions of the art that is just blocked off in black, because you know that's not even going to get color. It's just gonna be straight up black, and that is a part of the style. Both is a part of the style, but also kind of saves up on coloring. You don't need to figure out this whole portion of the drawing, since it's so obfuscated by shadow. That's nice. And if I were doing only the line art and the coloring, I would definitely pay more attention to the line art and try to apply one of those fancy line arting styles. And if I were also doing colors, I would actually try and understand colors a little bit better and use the colors that properly fit the situation. Because it's kind of trickier to see this in intro characters. Depends also on how wide you want to be. But a lot of characters, like intro characters, they have like patterns on their fur. And what we usually do with digital artists that do art in this more like streamlined way is to just fill one area with the color, fill the other area with the color, and wherever those two areas meet, you pick up a blur brush and just start blurring the area to make the division look a little bit more seamless. Some artists, though, they would just leave it like a flat division without blurring it to soften it at all. They will just leave it like a hard blocked out area there. And some artists, they'll take the coloring to the next level, which is like arguably the best, I would say, in which they actually study the pattern, the fur pattern, to do something like, instead of just having like the entire head is brown and the muzzle, the underside of the muzzle is white, they'll do the whole like, oh no, the head is brown, the underside of the muzzle is white, and some bits and bobs here and there, like around the eyes is a little bit of white, around the some portion in the very front, the very tip of the muzzle is a little bit darker colored, or you know, those little nuances, and instead of just painting those in and using the blur tool brush thing to mix those two colors together, they'll actually go in with a brush and paint the individual strands of hair to make the transition work naturally. Like they go through a brush stroke transition from one color to another instead of just painting in the colors and blurring the division. There are artists that do that. And while it works and looks wonderfully when done correctly, it takes a lot of time. And if you're trying to crank up one comic page per week, on top of, you know, doing commission and other side hustles, you cannot afford to spend that much time on coloring. You start to make some concessions and start to look for shortcuts wherever you can. Well, that is, I would say, the best way of working on a comic, to look for the most efficient way possible of doing something. Now, if you're working with someone else, if I'm just the colorist and someone else is doing the art, someone else is doing the shading and so on, I can't afford to take more time to make my job, the only responsibility that I have, look as good as it can, make it really pop. But if I'm doing all of the steps in the comic, I have to focus on only one to do right, or take years to make one single comic issue, kind of like forget his name. It's Juanjo something. I forget his full name. The guy that illustrates Black Sad. It takes those guys who make Black Sad like upwards of years to make a new issue, precisely because of how perfectionist the guy who illustrates that is. Like, he's focusing on every single aspect of illustrating it. And admittedly, it looks gorgeous, but it takes time to do that. And then he's not even doing the story. It's someone else that's writing the story, and that guy just does the art. I'm doing everything, so I have to focus on a couple of things to really pay attention to and really do well, and a lot of others to just do enough. Make it like passable. And it is in those regards that I say that arguably having portions of your work that feels automated can be good, because it's the compromise I have to do to you as a solo artist to complete the project. You have to give in, make this concession that you're not gonna be able to focus fully and completely on every single portion of making the comic. Then, of course, there's the argument against that all automated works or sections of the work are bad. It is precisely because of this. You are doing just enough. You're not trying to go the extra mile. You're not trying to excel at it. You're just doing the bare minimum. And depending on what you're doing, the bare minimum like is enough to say that you are doing something, but it definitely won't like strike anyone as like, oh, this is interesting, this is really special, this is a highlight. If you're always just automating everything, there won't be any highlights because all of it will be just enough. Everything will be just passable. There won't be any highlights or interesting bits at all. And also, if you just start to automate your work, all of it completely and wholeheartedly loses its soul. It stops being something I made with love and care, and I made it, every little bit of it, meticulously thought out to be unique and interesting. You lose that authenticity to your work if every bit of it is automated. So that's the argument against. It's true. No, not going to the I'm doing this just so I get paid mindset that usually destroys creativity and innovation when it comes to art, or to most things really. It kills passion, so to speak. Or at least those are my thoughts and opinions on those specific topics. Are they right? Are they wrong? I don't know. Oh, I'm just a dog. Saying dog things. And then, like I was saying, this is my focus really with the comics, since I cannot focus on every single aspect of it because that's a lot of work. I only usually focus on two very specific aspects of it. The first is making sure that the characters feel good, like emotionally wise, they feel good. Both in focusing on how I write them, sure that the writing is concise and every character has their personalities, even though I do rely a lot on some tropes every now and then. I don't know if you guys have ever realized, but every story that I write has one foreigner in it. Well, sort of. Not absolutely 100%. Definitively every story has one foreigner, but it's there are certainly more foreigners in my comics than there are in other literature works out there. So yeah, it's definitely a trope that I might abuse a little too much. But still, through writing and through focusing on the personality of the characters that I write, and also focusing on the facial expressions and body language that I give them when I illustrate them, that's how I that's where my focus goes when making comics, when art is unsurprisingly my slice of life comic. My focus is on the characters, not showcasing my lack of deep understanding of color, light and color, or rather, light and shadow, color theory, advanced color theory, and architecture for my backgrounds. Those are not my focuses. My slice of life comic, I focus on the characters. And one of the things that really gives them, that really fleshes them out, is specifically the way that they are drawn. So the sketch. That ends up being my focus out of all the things I could be doing. Oh wow. Do my eyes deceive me, or is that a spiker? Oh gosh dang, hello there. Long time no see. How's it going with you? And good morning. Well, extremely good morning, kid. Or good extremely morning, kid. 5:30 over here. I happen to not go to bed yet. I shall eventually. Um, Usually I do end up working late in the night on the comic, especially because it's summer now, and summers in Brazil gets very hot, and then uh, it's hard to focus when it's 32 degrees Celsius, and you work from home and you work from your bedroom, and your bedroom is a furnace. So I end up just chilling, quote unquote, throughout the day. Not chilling, but like boiling throughout the day. And then later at night, when the temperature is more, uh, isn't as punishing, then I decided to go and do creative work. Besides, it's easier to work at night because there isn't neighbors' kids yelling, uh, cars honking on the street, all that noisy nonsense. It's easier to concentrate at night. Night is the best time to do creative work. And yeah, kind of pulling on not an all-nighter necessarily. I will go to bed in in about an hour or so. I'm just enjoying the time to work. And since everyone that I know, most everyone that I know is fast asleep, I decided to do something I haven't done in a while, which is live stream art. Figured it would keep me focused on art instead of drawing more fan art of Elden Ring characters. And yeah, I imagine that the temperatures over there aren't as extreme to the higher end as they can get in here. But I think that like the heat and the warmth and such is just one of the reasons why it's better to work at night. I feel like the the better reason really is that you're able to focus more because there's less things still competing for your attention all around and about. And yeah, imagine it's summer here, so over there in the northern hemisphere it is winter. Freezing kind of imagine, especially this late. Oh no, actually it's not 5 in the morning for you. Yeah, def- cold times are definitely better to work on during. And yeah, I agree with you. Much better peace and quiet and focus prone environment at night. As for the switch to YouTube, um, I don't know really. It's mostly that art. There's always the loot potential, and Twitch is kinda with that. Not that I'm doing anything safe work really, but over the last few years or whatever, like at around the last year, I've been only exclusively streaming D&D on Twitch, and one of my friends whom I used to play with don't play anymore because of reasons, but we're still very good friends. The reasons was not either of us, by the way. This friend, he still moderates the D&D game that I run on Wednesdays on Twitch, and he keeps he has been like drilling on Twitch for a long time now on how Twitch is quote unquote bad when dealing with stuff like bots. Every single day that there's a stream, he shows up and it's like, as a moderator, he has the power to ban bots, and he recognizes a lot of bots there in the viewer list, and he starts just banning all of them, and he keeps going with the whole, there's a lot of bots going on here, time to ban them. And that's one of his complaints. There's also the complaints of like how Twitch does weird things, how it's keep on removing certain functions, how it doesn't seem to take actual actions against the bots and that. And this friend of mine actually got very pissed off at Twitch because it seems to have just a very passive stance whereas bots are concerned. And when he was watching someone's stream, he decided to do one of those gift subs for like 10 people, 20 people, and because Twitch randomizes who gets the subs out of the whoever's viewing, more than half of those gifted subs ended up going to bots because, you know, up until then he didn't know about this whole bot thing. And then when he realized that, oh no, a lot of bots got gifted subs, he went to Twitch, like support service, and said, hey, Twitch, I gifted a lot of subs to this streamer that I watch, but I noticed that a lot of those subs went to bot accounts who are not actual users, so nobody's actually benefiting from those gifted subs. Could I have those back and gifted to actual viewers of the channel? And Twitch apparently was like, you can't do nothing about that. And then he took a personal vendetta against Twitch and the bots of Twitch, and of course has been very vocal about this. And I realized that, you know what, he's right actually, against the whole Twitch situation. Every other month there's some nonsense that happens on Twitch that makes the news, and it's like, weird. So, and also because I stopped streaming games as a whole, I decided, you know what, it doesn't really matter where I'm streaming. So I'm going to stream on YouTube because it automatically records the streams in VOD format and hosts them here. And since I already hosted all of my VODs on YouTube anyways, might as well stream directly on YouTube and have them hosted here directly. So it's mostly out of convenience than preference for this or that service, really. Also, hello there, Cobalt. I am staying up late again because I'm working on the comic, as you can see. Also, hello there, Grease Kurokuma on Picardo, because as it happens, I'm streaming on 2 places at once, YouTube and Picardo. Good evening to you. To me, it's morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. How are you doing? How are you all doing, by the way? Spiker, you said that Twitch is a weird place right now. I don't know how it is right now because I'm not actively on Twitch to know for sure. But yeah, I just haven't been really interacting with Twitch as a whole ever since I stopped streaming and like streaming regularly. And I just don't know how things are going, but like I said, every once in a while you hear the new something going on the news, or rather something that happens on Twitch that ends up on the news. Like, even though it's a niche news, it still makes the news for how like scandalous it is. Like, you know what? There might be something weird going on Twitch that it's better not to bother with. And I feel like it was better in 2017. I didn't stream on Twitch in 2017. Definitely streamed on Twitch in 2018. And yeah, I think it was better to a certain degree. Not that I was big into it. I was still like learning the ropes and all that nonsense. But yeah, it was... I don't recall there having so many problems with things, or at least if there were, They weren't as noticeable, I'd say. And yes, Grizz, I am streaming on YouTube and on Picardo. I recently set up my OBS to stream on two places at once. Because when I stream my D&D games on Wednesdays, I stream them on Twitch, as I have been doing ever since I began those games. So the majority of the people who watch me stream D&D are already following me on Twitch, as I have been, because that's where I was streaming for the longest time. But because I always stream those games on Twitch, and then I have to export the VOD from Twitch to YouTube, and then if there's so many weird problems, I need to download the video, cut it up into pieces, or remove this or that, edit the whole video, and then re-upload it to YouTube. I decided that streaming directly to YouTube is better because YouTube already like records and stores the VOD for viewers. So it's way more convenient. All I had to do was really look around the internet to find out that there's someone made like an add-on for OBS, the regular OBS, not Streamlabs OBS, that allows you to multi-stream, so you can set up the stream and have it go to multiple places at once. So I am streaming on Picardo because, you know, I do a lot of art and furry art, and I think Picardo is the prime place for that. And YouTube for the convenience of recording the streams. So I do have two chat windows open at both times, so I have the Picardo chat and the YouTube chat open up, so I can check both of those places at once. Spiker, you said that all you have to do is see how Twitch is doing. Let's go to the ASMR section. I think I have heard a thing or two about it. Nothing really comes to mind, except for comments or mentions of just like the lady, quote unquote, streaming with their boobs out. Also, I'll be right back real quick. Like I was saying, ladies with their boobies out. Or not necessarily out, but as out as it can be. To the point where the TOS people are like, So, I don't know. That's what I hear, at least. Hard to know if it's the reality or not, because like I said, I haven't been really active on Twitch. Only when someone is streaming and I'm looking forward to see whatever it is that they do. Mostly one-offs that I end up going through Twitch to watch something. Usually I don't. Because it's another weird thing with streams, is that as of late my schedule has become chaotic as all hell, and I can't just dedicate time to either be streaming or be following streams. So I prefer VODs because I can watch at my own time. It's the place where the Twitch guidelines go right out the window in favor of a quick buck. I wonder, like, well, I don't doubt that that's the case, Biker, but from how I understand how Twitch works, I don't see exactly how they're making quick bucks out of that. Don't doubt that they absolutely are, just not entirely sure on how. Like, through gifted subs? Ad revenue? Or like that? or just the regular ways. It's just that those people for some reason are not banned, whereas people in other portions of Twitch are. Same reason. But then again, yeah, just goes to show that Twitch is dubious at best. So I don't really feel bad in leaving Twitch behind and streaming elsewhere. Not that, from what you hear, that YouTube is much better, but was, like I said, between two evils, I'm gonna choose the most convenient, which is YouTube because of the VOD fund. And Grizz, you're doing fine tonight. That's great to hear. Imagine you saw the stream alert on on Twitter or for Finity or somewhere. It went out an hour or so ago, an hour and a half ago. And welcome to this super impromptu stream. It's I'm working on the newest page of the comic, and I'm going to post on Patreon. Page 16, whereas I will be posting page 12 for free today on the places where I usually do. That being Twitter and Affinity. Much like always, my pages end up in a big cliffhanger. Because when you do one page a week, I've got to have cliffhangers in every single page. Last page, page 11, ended up with a kind of a big cliffhanger. Because, I mean, even though every page is a cliffhanger, ends on a cliffhanger, some are bigger than others. And page 11 ended on a big one. And it's not answered on page 12, so I feel like people are gonna be mad. Like, oh no, why must you tease us even more and not explain what the heck's going on? But aside from that, what have you been up to, Spiker? Are you still in the streaming business? Are you still um, working on that entertainment side of things, or are you back to your old creative job? Old quote. Unfortunately, like I said, I have not been following up what anybody has been doing, and definitely fallen out of touch with a lot of people on the streaming days. I remember that you had at some point decided to stop streaming, but then you went back, but like on a reduced workload, like having it less of a job and more of a hobby. What did you? and then I think you stopped again. But at that point, it was things I heard from other people. To a new place here in the net. Studio for live streaming. Getting out of the gaming business. So done with streaming games. Yeah, I'd imagine. You know, there's like well, this is more of a thing of preference, really. But the content I watch on YouTube more often than not, which is like happens to be gaming content, like gaming stream, well not stream, but like video game content in general. It's not necessarily like let's plays of people just playing. Just I'm going to hi, my name is Blan, and I'm gonna play Blan, and they just go for it. What I really end up watching more is YouTubers that have a group dynamic going on. So instead of being a solo streamer, or rather YouTuber, content creator as they call it, it's like a group or a duo. It's a party. It's a bunch of people. I find it more entertaining because you're not being entertained just by the game necessarily that they're playing. Because if it's like a slow or a sucky game, which doesn't offer as much entertainment value, then you're at least getting entertained by the conversation between the persons. Because also, of course, the persons that are playing, quote unquote, if the persons that are there have some manner of chemistry, the conversation between them really goes on and really takes off into interesting places for a while. And also, because, you know, since I write comics about slice of life, characters, and nuances, it's interesting for me as a foreigner to watch videos in English to get a sense for how people speak, like what slangs they use, what mannerisms there is in conversation, like in spoken English, that I can better incorporate into the comics and the stories I write. And you don't get that from a solo streamer or solo YouTuber interaction. You only get that really from duos or like more than one person streaming because they're talking, and that conversation you get those insights into the language. So that's a thing I kind of wanted to have going, which is stream or do video content, but not solo, me and someone else. Problem is finding someone else who's like on board with the whole deal, agrees to share the workload, and also someone that I have chemistry with, because I'm one of the worst persons to try and do something together with. But that's the sort of stuff I really enjoy watching more nowadays. And I don't know if you're still into the idea of doing some kind of entertainment endeavor like that, video/audio based entertainment endeavor. Something like that might be interesting. Like duo thing or podcast thing with someone else. I think that could be interesting. And perhaps if like I said, if the workload is shared, perhaps even easier to do and more fun overall, since we would be doing this crazy endeavor with a friend. Hopefully. But that's just an opinion. Also, hello there, Wolfrain. Welcome. Stream, and yes, it has been a while. Been decided to do an impromptu stream since I'm awake at night. None of the people I usually talk to are also awake, and have a comic to do. And would you look at that? I choose favorite Netherlanders or Dutch. That's actually the term. The two favorite Dutch people right there in chat right now. What a treat. How have you been, by the way? Spiker said that hard to find people that you vibe with and that are into streaming. I 100% agree with that. It is uh really hard. Even back in the quote unquote streaming days, it was already like tricky to like synchronize that. I remember that one time we played Monster Hunter World together just for one stream, but I had a lot of fun. It was really nice, like streaming together with you, and I had a lot of fun streaming that one game session with you. On the other hand, however, um, there's not uh, a lot of common ground between our communities, like the people that followed me and the people that followed you. There were like some people that were like, oh yeah, I like Doug and I also like Spiker, but that were as far as common ground went, and that's when it's tricky. Like you had your community, I had my community, and those two communities, they kind of don't mesh that well. So if we were to do something together, we had to start another third community that would be the Doug and Spiker stream thing. And at that point, it's just like, whoa, hold on, pull the brakes. And Wolf Rain, you've been spending 15 hours a day playing Elden Ring. I mean, I have been doing the exact same. This Tuesday was Carnival over here in Brazil, so national holiday all over the place. Same with Monday, and kind of same with Wednesday. So it's not necessarily that like I was on holiday break, because with the nature of my work, I don't get to really take breaks. But I decided, you know what? Screw it. It's holiday. Elden Ring is out. I'm just gonna go buck wild playing this thing. And I've spent like an unhealthy amount of hours every day playing that game for the past week. And which is odd in a way, because when I was younger, like much younger, I remember definitely spending like hours and hours and hours on end just playing the same game over and over. You're like, whoa, this is great. But now that I'm older, I'm 28 years old. I find that my body just can't keep up with that kind of crazy schedule anymore. Just staying up all day, all night playing games, even with just a few moments of playing the game, like a few hours. My hand was already starting to cramp, and I was like, oh no, can't have that kind of nonsense going on. But then I realized that it's you know excessive stress due to the way that I was playing. Should not go around holding up your shield all the gosh dang time, because you're gonna stress your hand in a very specific way by holding down the L1 button on it. Definitely unhealthy, and I stopped doing that. Assumed a better posture, took regular breaks with stretches and such. That made that put less strain on my gaming hours, but still, it's been a shamefully long amount of hours I've put into playing Elden Ring last week. Got very far though. Still not far enough. There's still a lot of game ahead of me. Also, you're not at all streaming altogether, Spiker? Are you not doing any streaming endeavors right now? Because if you do go back into the podcast route, that would be interesting. Um, One thing that people have been telling me to do, not a fan of the fact that, hey, I'm the one who has to put all the work into making this become a reality. But something that people have been suggesting is that I pick my D&D games and I throw them into an audio editor, remove as much dead space as I can, label them, and publish them as a podcast. My D&D games. However, the problem with that is that I don't really, because they're very visual, what with the maps and overlay thingies going on, I don't put a lot of effort into, properly describing things or introducing the players in a podcasty way. So it would be very tricky to do that now. Like pick those old episodes and put them into podcast format. Besides, since I know I have like a ludicrously small amount of viewers watching my D&D games, I don't put any effort into making it entertaining for viewers, just for the players themselves, the ones that actually matter in that scenario there. Turning those into podcasts would be weird, but it's what people have been telling me to do. It's kind of funny because I was streaming a lot in 2018, and then 2019 I started playing D&D, DMing D&D, and I really got dragged into this deep black hole that is tabletop role playing games, and that kind of become my main thing now. It's kind of funny but interesting. And if you have if you have played that much Elden Ring, Wolfrain, how far along are you? I am not that far. I beat like 3 Shardbearer bosses, or achievement bosses as I've been calling them, to make communications easier with other people. I don't know how many there are at all, so I beat a few, like 5 or 6 achievement bosses, and that's it thus far. Just trying to see how deep this hole goes. And Spike is that Elden Ring is great, but I don't have the time for it to invest in it. So again, yeah, that's the problem with me as well. Is that I decided, no, I'm going to take a break and just spend a whole week playing this game. Hopefully, I can make some headway with it. And no, I'm not skilled enough to finish the game in the 50 hours I've invested, fortunately. And now that I'm back on the schedule of working on things, now it'll take me months to finish the game, because I'll only be able to like tackle a couple of hours a day on the game if I want to get my work done. But yeah, I feel you. Except that I bought the digital version, so I can't sell it. I'm stuck with it. And back then, most overlap we had was you streaming with Wolf Avatar. Yeah, you stopped doing that and started streaming with a webcam. I remember seeing once, even though like with a mask and such going on. But still, it was. And I think that a lot of your identity was built around the Wolf Avatar, and that was the only. Well, not the only, but the biggest overlap between communities is people being like, ah, Spike, you're the wolf. But yeah, that was the weird thing there with the two of us doing those kinds of like collaboration streams where we play the game together. It's pretty much the whole. There are subjects and things I talk with my community, and there are subjects and things that you talk with your community, and those don't overlap that well. So if you and I, or you and someone else, and I or someone else were to start doing a new thing together, like a group entertainment based show, we would have to start from nothing, from scratch, to build a community that really is interested in those that specific combination of things that the both of us would bring to the table, or whoever we paired up with. And you're not doing anything right now. New apartment is still a mess, and the new studio will take to set it up. So even though you're not streaming, you are still setting up a new streaming studio. Do you have any like concrete plans, or is everything just kind of like in the planning area still? Those can change too. And you also said the pen and paper D&D is great, to be honest. Used to play back when you were a kid. I never did. 2019 was the first time I played for real. Previously I have had 2 experiences, but they were short and like one-offs. Actually 3 experiences that were short and one-off. 2 of those 3 were bad experiences, so I never had any motivation to get into it and stick with it. And then in 2019, when I began running the games, that's when things clicked, and I was like, oh, okay, let's get into this. And things then started to take off. It was wild times to learn, like, wow, this is so much fun. I can't believe I've never found this thing before. Which, to a certain degree, is kind of a false statement, because several times throughout the years I have been like, huh, those tabletop role-playing games sounds like something, huh, let me look into that. And I would like randomly look up books and such here and there, and I think 2 times at least I got the Shadowrun book because of the Shadowrun Returns role-playing video game. I picked up the Shadowrun book to read the rules, and was like, whoa, this is complex. I don't want nothing to do with this anymore. Like, it's like a video game, but I have to calculate everything. This sounds boring. So I never really had an incentive to really go after it, because I didn't have whom to play with. And then after streaming, making some friends in the community that were like, we want to play D&D, but nobody wants to run for us. I said, sure, I'll tackle that. That's when I got into D&D. Kinda wish I had gotten into D&D sooner. I think it would have done wonders for my social development as a person. Might not even have turned into a dog. Who knows? And Wolfrain, I don't know, you don't want to spoil anything. You've been spending a lot of time just exploring literally everything. Finished Stormveil and then you just kept exploring around. Yeah, I've kind of done the same, but also in a weird way. Because, like, in the moments before the game properly released, everyone was talking like, I'm gonna do this build, I'm gonna play this class, I'm gonna do those things, and I was like, you know what? From all of those things that people are saying, I like the idea of playing the Wretch the most, because it's the class that starts with absolutely nothing. And I like that idea because someone made a very compelling argument of, you only make one first playthrough, and it would be interesting if during that first playthrough you have absolutely no sense of security in knowing where things are and what path to take. And if you have nothing with you as well, you can just, have the prime experience of surviving this horde world, which is what I did. I started with the Wretch. You start with absolutely no armor, just a club, that's it. And then I started just going forward, finding equipment, finding things, and the only way to really truly do that is to explore. So I've been doing that. Just go outside and explore, and it's been interesting to play the game that way because I've never done that with the previous Souls games. And yeah, also finished Stormveil Castle and got to explore. And I went exploring like half of the world before going to Stormveil Castle because I wanted to find armor and gear and such. And Spark here said, yes, you have plans to get back into streaming, but with an entirely new concept. Yeah, I wonder, like, there are many things that can be done in regards to that, like a new concept for streaming. Although, if you're not streaming games, I wonder, like, I kind of wonder what other forms of streaming there are. I'm sure there are many that are very popular and interesting. But like the one that I'm doing now, not necessarily art, but crafts in some shape or form. Like, show the creative process behind of coming up with the whatevers. And D'Artagnan, you can confirm D&D turned you into a kobold. Well, it wasn't necessarily D&D that turned me into a dog, but having had the D&D could have turned me into not a dog and something else. Stopped me from turning into a dog, even. Who knows? Or, you know, do that whole thing that we were saying of like a collaboration stream with someone else. That's a concept that could work. Spiker said, to be honest, you don't really care if something is popular right now. You want to create some meaningful content for me. Games are me. Yeah, that's the thing. That's pretty much like how I feel as well. The whole thing with what I was saying of watching like watching YouTubers that create content centered around games, but not necessarily the game isn't the focus, but rather their interactions with one another is the focus for me. Like, for them, they're making the whole thing about games, so like, ah yeah, games is the focus. Without games, we have no content to come up with whatsoever. But as a bonus, you get the interactions with one another. The two big channels that I watch is Game Grumps. These two guys, the hosts that run the show, they have like some unbelievably good chemistry together, and their topics, their subjects, they just go places, and it's really interesting to see like those two persons talking to one another. And it's also kind of uplifting. Certainly helped me not fall into depression hundreds and hundreds of times. Other channel that I like to watch too is Outside Xbox and Outside Extra. For several reasons. One of them probably is that I'm a huge simp for any manner of English accent. Not that theirs is any strong. Theirs is very like mild, if anything. You can hardly even tell that they're British only for some words. The way that they pronounce some words, they can like clue you in to that fact. But I'm a huge simp for any English accent, British accent rather, or yeah, Great Britain accent. But also, they're not like just a duo. They're a group of like 5 persons, and whenever one of them are interacting with one another, it's always interesting because everyone has like different interactions and ways of talking to one another. And lots of personalities to go around the table just figuring out. But also they are one of those channels that make like video game lists. So they're always listing things about game like 7 details you never noticed about this game, or 7 developer secrets to make the game shine more than the others. And on top of being entertaining, it's also informative. Can get borderline kind of cringy at times the way that they present said facts, but it's still like very good-hearted and very family friendly. It's fun and something I'm definitely into. It's wholesome. Definitely love me some wholesome content. And Spectre say, Game Grumps, do they make live content? Or they post videos on YouTube? Back during the heavier days of the pandemic, they were doing a lot of live streams, but their format used usually 1 video a day. So usually there's like some video game series that they're playing, and every day they upload like a half-hour video of them playing the game and talking to one another about whatever. And sometimes they will play like the game that is hot at the moment, like the newest, hottest release or whatever. But sometimes they will play just some random nonsense. Just the other day, like last month or so, they were playing Billy Bayou, which I believe is like what's it called again? An old arcade machine game that's been ported to like the PC Amiga or some such. Some manner of home console. And so like it's a game from the 80s. And they were playing that just because like, yeah, we felt like playing it, so screw it, let's do it. And it's fun. But yeah, it's always just recorded videos that they play for half an hour, record themselves playing, and then post it. And another thing that I like is because a lot of those YouTubers that are solo, or even some like duos and groups, they cut their videos. They make a lot of cuts to really filter out the bad content or the not entertaining content and just leave in some portions of the video. But the Game Grumps, they just stream for half an hour straight and then post that without any cuts most of the time. So it's really interesting to see that raw footage of them interacting with one another. It's a very informative, I would say, into how the spoken English is, how they interact with one another, all that. I really find that more interesting. And of course, definitely hard for a lot of other people to pull out this whole let's just talk non-stop for half an hour and post that. That's definitely always 100% gonna be interesting and entertaining for everyone. It's not something that anyone can boast to be able to do. And even they slip up on that sometimes, but I think that they're the most consistent ones with being entertaining despite everything. And yeah, those are the 2 YouTube channels that I watch. Really, I don't really watch much of anything else on YouTube. At some point in my life, I realized, oh no, YouTube is a time sink. I'd better stop that. Of course, it's easier said than done, but I've been trying to get better about that. Oh yeah, another YouTube channel that I like, even though their posts are ridiculously infrequent, is the Slow-Mo Guys. I think it's guys and not bros. I think it's Slow-Mo Guys. Because same deal. It's a duo of guys who do a thing, except that their thing is like some manner of physics experiment recorded in super slow mo. And what I really like about their content is, once again, those two guys have great chemistry, but also uh, it's very informative and really very interesting because cinematography and optics, specifically when it comes to cameras, is something I'm deeply interested in, and they often talk about how that works and how they are able to do the things that they do, record things in slow mo with their cameras. And on top of being entertaining, I almost always learn something. If not some mechanics of how cameras work in slow motion, how resolution and other such things happen, then I at least learn what happens when you fill a balloon with confetti and pop it with a high-powered pressure power water sprinkler or some nonsense like that. Not that that ever happened, but it's a wild concept that someone might try to execute one of these days. Spike, you said that social media in general is a time sink. You're very right about that. You're almost done with Twitter, and then the war of Ukraine happened. Now you're looking fresh every 5 minutes again. Yeah. The you know that's well, there's a lot to say about that, but I think that using manual Twitter is really good in that regard because the whole refreshing thing is a conscious effort that you're doing. There's I believe it was an app before, but then it turned into a website, a web integrated app that is TweetDeck, where all of that happens automatically. Like, it's always refreshing for you. Every time a new tweet shows up, it just goes to your feed without you needing to manually go and refresh it. So I feel like that is automating or optimizing the time sink potential, which is bad. But yeah, making the whole refreshing of the thing be a conscious effort makes it realize that, hey, I'm doing this. Why am I doing this? And then you know dive into that more introspective um, zone of, why am I doing this? Am I doing this because I'm bored? Am I doing this because I'm anxious? Why am I doing this? Then you can start to deconstruct that and get a better sense for how your psyche is at that given moment. Now, for the second topic in that is the war with Ukraine, which is absolutely something that is on most everyone's minds. And it's kind of like a distant reality for us living here in South America, seeing how geographically far and politically far also we are from Ukraine and Russia. But I kind of wonder how it is like for you guys over there in the Netherlands, being so ridiculously close to the conflict and everything else that is going on. It wouldn't be invested if it wasn't for Electrino being from the Ukraine. I didn't know he was Ukrainian. Or maybe I knew at some point, but I forgot. Wow. But yeah, definitely, I'd imagine it's definitely worrisome. Both, for knowing people there, but also for how geographically close you are and how kind of politically intertwined the whole situation there is altogether. Um, some my Discord friends and I are very worried about a friend of ours who is from Russia, and the whole situation is also not very pretty from the Russian side either. From what this friend tells us, but with the a lot of people being sort of in denial about the whole war situation and how people in the army are just kind of picked up randomly and sent to invade Ukraine without even knowing what's going on. One of our biggest worries is that this friend of ours is just gonna randomly get conscripted, to, to just serve the army. Hey, we need cannon fodder, and you're of age, not you don't have work, go serve serve the military. Although his his plan has is and has been for a while to uh, go to college. He got a degree, and then join a post grad course to get a post grad degree. Because while doing all that, while being in college, he is like exempt from joining the military, or that if you're like a scholar or an academic doing a post grad or something like that. And he had a mindset of doing that even before like the war and talk of the war was what got you to the point that it is right now. Like he's been talking about that for since last year, and last year like the beginning of last year. It's mostly that if you live in Russia and you're not straight, going to the military probably not a good idea. But whatever you can do to avoid that, it's good to do. And yeah, like I said, the Russian people are not the bad guys. Most do not want a war there. That is absolutely true. This friend was showing apparently not news articles because the news are not allowed to really truly report on what's going on. But he was saying that a lot of people on uh, uh, the Russians on Twitter were like sending live reports of like, hey, we're protesting here in Moscow in front of the Kremlin, whatever else. We're protesting because we don't want this war to happen. But all those protesters were also being like arrested, put into black vans and vanishing into the sunset. And no news channel was reporting on that. The only reason why people knew that was going on is because people were talking about that on Twitter. But yeah, a lot of people were protesting on Russian cities against that. Like the Russians themselves are protesting against it. But like you said yourself, it's the dictator who calls the shots. You can get 15 years jail time in Russia if you spread misinformation about the war there. I did not know that. I mean, I assumed there was something that they were going to charge you with, but I was not. I did not know the specifics. Yeah, I agree. Things are indeed and very unfortunately kind of effed up over there. And you know, every I have got to say that it is very worrying because every time you see the news, be on like whatever news front or Twitter, whatever, you see the people saying things like, "Hey, uh, the Ukrainians are resisting very hardly and bravely. They're making a lot of headway with things. Uh, they're petitioning really hard to join the nations, and things are starting to go their way." And you're like, "Wow, that's great. The world is posing heavy sanctions on Russia, pressuring them to internally put an end to the war and do all this and that." And you start to get hopeful for things, and then the news come out and you hear them saying that, "Oh no, the Russians have bombed the Ukrainian nuclear reactor plant thing." They're like, "What? How is this thing still scaling up?" It's it's really nonsensical the level at which this has gotten. So, to bounce back into a little bit more, a little bit less depressing topics. So, Spiker, you're done with the whole wolf avatar thing that uh, Identity had going on? Because that is a shame to a certain degree that that fan art I did of you forever ago. Was like, oh no. Been lost your time now. Sort of lost your time. Yeah, I stopped doing that back in time. So it was never furry and it confused a lot of people. Uh, yeah, I suppose. I mean, kinda did. Like, yes, like in a way, like having a wolf avatar there, kinda. Not necessarily like, oh, this guy's absolutely 100% a furry, but like, hey, having that avatar there, kinda, instead of a camera or any other pictures, makes it feel like, hey, this guy's a wolf. Wolves are cool. This guy looks friendly. Let me check him out for a hot minute there. I think at least. I think it makes the streamer more approachable overall. That might just be me. Now I have a soft spot for talking animals. Also made for way more diverse community once you started to stream with a cam. Suddenly women joined the community and the Edge boys were kept in check. Really? Huh. That is true. You did used to have a lot of Edge boys going on there. I mean, not a lot, but they did show up every once in a while. Oh, I think it was like the end of the wolf thing that made that happen. Because to be honest, I never paid much attention to the demographics of your community. Much easier to just pay attention to the frequent names you see rather than the people we see only every once in a blue moon. On other people's streams, that is. Because keeping up with more than one community, that's a challenge. When they're so not volatile, what is the word I'm looking for? They're very fluid and they can change at an eye blink. Like, suddenly I stopped playing For Honor and started playing Fortnite, and then all of a sudden your entire community shifts and changes. Like, whoa, where has everyone gone? Who's these new people? Tricky to keep track of that. Oh, no, for me at least. I'm very big on doing that. Sorry, I went quiet there for a moment. I was posing with my hands to figure out this hand. Still trying to figure out this hand. The complicated one, to say the least. Spiker said, yeah, didn't really like that aspect of streaming games. Every time you switch games, you would need to rebuild half of your community. I wholeheartedly agree with that. The majority of people that were following me back in those streaming days were people that were following me for myself. Like, I'm following Doug and not necessarily the streamer who plays whatever I was playing at that time. I remember still, like, when Vampire, that game from Don't Nod, released, I believe it like the tail end of whenever that game released, and I said, this game looks interesting, it's from the people who made Life is Strange, I want to check it out. And I started to play it. It was wild because so many people came out of the woodworks to be like, are you into vampires? You should check this and that and those and blah. Oh, hold on. And it was a lot of people. lot of names that I have never seen before started showing up with vampire-centric recommendations. Definitely, like, sure, I will never see those things, but on the other hand, like, as soon as I was done with Empire, those people never showed. On the other hand, the people that were following me for me, they were there whenever I was playing the weirdest, randomest games. Like that time I said, let me play this game that I got in Humble Bundle monthly, The Council, and I played through that. I was like, I don't know what just happened. I don't know who this game is made for, but that was an experience and a half. And like, the people that were there were like, whoa, cool. Thank you for playing for us, Doug. Now we don't have to experience it ourselves. Because that game was a... Also, hello there, Meerkat280. Good afternoon. How are you doing? To DDA, where Doug does art. Or the DCA, where Doug does comic art. But what is comic art if not a specific niche of art? Does lead the need for qualifiers is excessive. Hope that you're doing well. Is early morning. Also, hold on just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Urcat, you said that you're doing good. That's great to hear. Glad you're doing good this lovely morning. I love this comic I'm doing. I thank you. It's the current page is page what's this again? 16. I don't know if you're a patron or not. I'm sorry, but the free page the last free page I posted is page 11. This is a few pages ahead of page of that. If you're a patron, you probably saw the latest patron page, which is page 15. So you're caught up. Spoilers are minimal. Thank you. I'm really glad that you like this comic because out of all the comics that I have ever made, this is the one I'm the proudest of. I did a lot of research to write this one with the characters, and it shows, I think, because everyone has been saying that this is probably the best comic I've ever written and the best characters I have ever done. And part of that is indeed the whole research and effort I've put into this one. But another part of that is the fact that I have had several sacrificial lambs gone to the shopper with my previous comics that were not bad per se, but they were stepping stones to allow this one to exist. All those things I learned about doing comics, sequential art, writing, all of that culminated in allowing me to make this comic as good as it can be. And like I said, I'm really proud of this one. Mercat, you said that Francis is your favorite. Um, I think a lot of people share that opinion. A lot of people come to me saying that Francis is the favorite character, their favorite character that I have ever made. Um, he's certainly unique. That's for sure. Spiker, you gotta run. It's been good catching up. Same here. Love, always a immense pleasure to hear from you, Spiker. You will hop on again when you see me streaming here. Have a good one. Sure. Like I said, this is an absolutely impromptu stream. Not sure that I'll ever. I mean, I probably will, but I'm not sure when I'll be streaming or at which time. So it'll definitely be random. But yeah, if you're following me here, you probably will get a notification. So hope to see you later. Have a good one, Spiker. And yeah, Mercat, the everyone's that has like approached me to talk about the comic has been saying that Francis is uh their favorite character that I have ever created because of how unique, quirky, but also like down to earth in a certain way. And on top of all that research I said that I have done, uh, I I also owe a lot of this character's personality and development to several friends whom I asked opinions for. Hey, I'm thinking of writing a character with this specific trait. Do you think about like this story outline and that? And everyone's been saying like, hey, I really like the concept and I really like how you're choosing to write this character, despite spite of this thing, trait, which is a surprise. Page 30. But yeah, definitely, definitely the character that I liked writing writing and illustrating. But it's weird. It's just like there's so much positive acceptance of him. Everyone sees him as like, wow, I love him. Um, Especially with the whole like um, whenever we went from part one to part two, and he had a change in his visual. Everyone was like, oh, whoa, love him. Not everyone was very keen on all the visual changes I made to all the other characters throughout the years. But I think that with Francis, even from his inception to his current visual, everyone's been very happy with how he looks. But enough about the comic. How are you doing, Mercat? I mean, what is up with you today in this lovely Friday? Over there in not America. I guess that you're not in America, based on how you spelled favorite. Even you. when I was much younger. I was still learning English by talking online to people. I had a friend who also coincidentally was called a Brad, like the bull here. He um, also coincidentally from Scotland, and he was an artist, and we coincidentally we were always talking about things, like art related things, and I always noticed that he always spelled like color and favorite with the U, and also gray he spelled it with an E, and because he was one of like the only English speaking persons I talked to at that time, when I learned English I learned it that way, the European way version of words. Until I started writing comics, and I got a it's called a spell checking thing going on with whatever app I was using. And the spell checking thing was said, you want to correct this to American English? Sure. Start removing all those extra U's. Also, Gray is spelled with an A, just so you know. I guess. And let me tell you, that bamboozled the absolute ever living heck out of my young canine brain trying to figure out this new language. Definitely an experience I do not recommend. And you're doing a comic as well. Have I seen that? Or have you posted it? What's your comic? No, I'm curious. If you're willing to share that is. I haven't read a comic made by someone else in so long. I think in around 2018, 2019, I was following Saga, a comic series done by the industry people, which went into hiatus after a while, and like instead of most comics that go into like a couple months hiatus to refresh up, Saga went into hiatus for almost 2 years, I think. When it came back, I was like, "Oh my dog, it's finally back!" And like it returned in January this year. And reading that first issue after so long was um was the first comic I have read in. I only got one page up. Working a second. It's on the Discord you're in. What is your comic about, Cat? Said I'm curious. Learn more about it. And now the key part of sketching up the layout for this last elusive panel. Last panel is always, well, not the last in order, but the last one that chose was the most loser. How weird it is to place them in the grand scheme of drawings. Oh. And Mercatcher said that it's like a sci-fi for a comic. Have you ever Interdictor comic that I've made? Also a sci-fi. It didn't go very far. I only made one issue of that, but still, it's a little. But hey, you're, if you're ever like get any further with drawing your comic, and you would like share it, send it my way. Like, I would love to look. Whatever you're doing. Always nice to read the more art from other people. They're doing, how they're doing. Get ideas, inspiration. And don't worry about not having read anything. It's kind of a, I wouldn't say weird, but it's a comic that is definitely outside the curve of what I usually do. I've always been doing like slice of life comics, and Interdictor is definitely slice of life. It's sci-fi adventure. And how to send that to me? It's very simple. I have, I believe you can always just send direct messages to me on, what's it called again? I believe YouTube has some manner of like messaging system that you can send to people. That should allow you to do that. Alternatively, more easily, you can definitely reach me up on Twitter. Twitter has like a built-in messaging system. Sucks. I hate it. Mostly because of how manual you have to be to go and check for messages and such. But it's pretty great for quickly getting in touch with other people. So you can always go and shoot me a message on my Twitter, which I have posted for in the YouTube chat. You can just go over there, shoot me a message, and look at it. For those of you who are watching on Picardo, there you go as well. Link my Twitter. I don't believe I have like links in my channel to my places, Twitter, my Affinity and whatnot. So it's tricky to find all the others, but Twitter is definitely. I check frequently, so if you ever need to reach me up, it's probably the easiest. And yes, there's also if you have a Telegram, that is even easier to use and reach me at. I usually have the Twitters because a bunch of folk who are non-believers of Telegram. Then again, there are folks who are non-believers of Twitter also. A friend of mine who's neither on Twitter or Telegram, is only on Discord. I have no earthly idea. But makes sending him things a pain sometimes. But we all love him regardless of. Wow. 7 in the morning. Forever ago, I'm finally yawning and drowsy. And thank you, Meerkat. I'll be checking that first page after I'm done with the stream, but also before I go to bed. They're gonna happen in order to eventually end the stream, take a shower, check your page, go to bed, and then other things in between, like brush my teeth. Isn't that? But that'll happen when that happens. Cat, you're asking if I have a favorite character I have ever made. Huh. I think if we're keeping it comic exclusive, then definitely Francis. I like him more than I like any of the other characters I've made. Mostly because of how I can write him doing much more than anyone else. Everyone else is like kinda too tight in many regards. Don't they act in a very like linear way? Francis is more of a wild card when it comes to certain go nuts. Or rather, I can go nuts when writing him. It's kind of like how I was writing Gavin to a certain Call Me Father comic. But the thing with Gavin, more reasonable, more mature, and more still kind of going nuts, kind of a free spirit, but still have a sense of, well, like, not necessarily have a sense of it, or rather, he does not have the same sense of wonder Francis have. Francis is just like, I don't know what lies this path this way, but I want to find out, so let's go. Don't know what doing this will lead me to, but I'm curious, and I would like to go. Let's go find out. It's the kind of personality Francis has that I really dig. But my favorite character I've ever done outside of comic would be the main character I made for the visual novel that I made one chapter out of possible 5 that I started. Rob. Of course. I really like Rob because of how, I guess, more involved I was with his creation for several degrees. Because what, with it being a visual novel and him being a character, there was a lot of writing that I had to do in regards to him, but in a varied way. Of which, hey, if the players choose to have Rob react this way, it's going to say this way, but if he reacts that way, he's going to say that thing. But because he's also like a canon character, has that is meant to be do certain things despite of what the player chooses, he still needs to have a specific personality instead of that blank personality that most characters in visual novels have. Because it's not necessarily meant to be just a standing for the player. It's meant to be his own person. And that's one of the reasons why I like Rob, is because even though he is written in this way that gives the player freedom of choice, he still has a personality, a character that exists and behaves in a... But also, the way that I wrote Rob as a character is that he's very introspective. He's always thinking about things, which is the excessive narration that he does during the visual novel to explain what is happening in between scenes. Because I did not want the visual novel to have like a narration, like a narrator just telling, and then Rob went back home. I wanted Rob to be the narrator of his own, but I also didn't want him to over narrate things. So the alternative was to have him be very introspective instead of narrating, and then I went back home, and instead of being narratory in that way, be introspective in, as I was going back home, I was thinking deep about blah 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 blah. I was pondering about what this person had said and how that person had acted, what else I could have done in the certain state. That's the way in which Rob is introspective. Also, on top of that, there's also his biggest character trait, is that he's very empathetic, which happens for 2 reasons. First is because if he wasn't, he wouldn't really wouldn't interact with all of the things that happen throughout the visual novel, the first chapter of it. Because if he was like a kind of a if he were more of someone who's just like sitting there watching things happen, he would never really get dragged into things. Because in some visual novels, like the main character is kind of pushed into a specific situation. There's always someone that is dragging them along into a certain thing. But the thing with Rob is that what with him being empathetic, he feels like going forward and doing things regardless of someone telling him, "Hey, let's go and do this." He, he goes and does it because of how empathetic he is. But also him being pathetic and introspective kinda is translated into the game as him having the inner monologues with his intuition and his reasoning of this person feels this way, or this person is presenting this situation, and these are possibilities here. Bob, what are you doing? What are we doing? And so there was a lot of deliberation in the way that I have written him as a character to build his personality traits in a way that like works well with format of the story that he's in, which is novel. To make sure that everything works, everything harmonizes with everything else. I had to write him like that, and I like the kind of person that he is in because of all of those things. So my favorite character is without a doubt Roberto from the We Got Another Year visual novel that I made. Or I can put the article in. As for the other characters I've made in comics, all of them at some I feel like it's an odd thing to say because all the characters I've made, they have been at some point my favorite because of how, you know, I spent so much time writing them that I just have to have them as favorites, otherwise I get really irritated with writing them. Like Scott, for example, I even while I was still finishing the Golden Week, I was really like, I don't like Scott anymore. And I was just like, I just want to be done with this boy. I don't want to write Scott anymore. And eventually the comic ended. It took forever, but it did. And then Scott returned later on in another comic just to, I don't know, drama happening. But otherwise, I'm 100% done with Scott. Don't like him as a character. Don't want to involve him in anything. Done with him. Derek, when I wrote him, I was basing him on some persons that I know. And over time, I started to think more of like, I think that Derek is this kind of character. Is my perception of him started to change over time as I got a little bit more introspective myself. Of why is he the way he is and why he's doing this, and that. And I started to realize things about Derek and yeah, weird in that regard. Mike, I always loved Mike. Mike is my favorite character while I was writing him, but then it was mostly because of how a fresh perspective he introduced it to the comic. I was like, I really like Mike as a character, but I realized that, hey, let me think a little bit further and deeper about Mike, and I realized that he's a very shallow character. His only importance in the comic was being not Scott. That was his only like the only reason he existed was to not be Scott and be an alternative for Derek to choose. And that was it. That was all that his character was. He existed in lieu of Derek and Scott. Otherwise, he very bland, shallow character together. But I only realized that much later, after I started to revisit Mike as a character for the last part of the comic and the other comic that I did featuring Derek and Mike. Only then that I started. It's like, this is Mike. Someone had told me at some point, and I don't remember who, but someone did tell me that a character's reason for existing can't be to serve as something for someone else. So, like, this character can't exist just to be the love interest of whoever. They have to have a reason for existing aside from that. Even if that reason does not shows up or becomes relevant at any point in the thing that you're putting them on, it's really important as part of writing the character that you have them exist, that they have another reason for. And younger me, who knew nothing about writing, like, but only through writing more with that mentoring mind that I started to, oh yes, they have a point. This character needs to exist with something more going on for them, other than just being this person's love interest. Which unfortunately was the case for Mike. Then I had Edward, but Edward was like his own weird thing. Kind of a weird character altogether. Although he was more interesting all the other characters because he had a plan that wasn't really central to the comic. In any case, with my next comic, I had my new main protagonist, which was Nathan, the tiger. Which I hate drawing tigers, by the way. They have so many stripes. So part of Nathan's personality is being a little bit more coy and shy and wearing hoodies and long clothes because I didn't want to draw his stripes. As tigers have too many stripes and I don't want to track of stripes when drawing. So I always did my darndest best to draw him as fully clothed as possible. And Nathan was a more nuanced character from the very get-go because his whole deal was the comic starts with him in a psychologist office, just like, I'm not doing well and I need help, and the psychologist being, okay, let's start working out with you. Let's attempt to do these exercises, and that's how the comic starts pretty much. is doing this whole like deep dive and analyzing the character, and it's like, okay, so there's something here going on with this boy. Also, hello there, Dalphicans. My sound is kind of low. Um, shouldn't be. Hopefully, it's a little bit louder now. I don't wanna raise my microphone, my mic volume too much, cause it can get kind of weird. Hopefully, it sounds better now. Also, I am speaking kind of low myself because it's super early morning. Don't want to wake anyone up. But hi, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. But yes, Nathan was a weirder character specifically because of his whole I need to I'm in a psychologist's office. Things are not good, not okay. And then he goes and tells us the story of why he went there, which is done through like a weird kind of exposition, which is the psychologist tells him like, "Hey, you need to start writing more of your stories," and then he goes home, starts writing a story, and that story is like, how did he come to go to the psychologist's office? And then he tells the story of how he was in college and he quit because of blank, and then he found himself meeting an old friend, Bradley, and them talking to one another and blah blah blah. So right from the get-go, those two characters that are introduced, both Nathan and Bradley, they're not love interests to one another, and they talk about things and they interact with one another in a scope outside of, you know, being interested in one another. So they have something going on. In regards of those characters, they have depth. Way more depth than Scott and Derek had. The only depth that Scott had was being horny and confused, but with being young. And Derek's depth was, you know, just being lonely and kind of traumatized because of his past relationship experience. And that was it. Now, then in that comic, Call Me Daddy, we see Bradley telling his whole experience with someone else, and I'll admit that story I wrote more for shock value than any other storytelling value per se. But it's still, I would say it's still kind of big that his personality is more built on being there for someone else, not necessarily being this person's love interest. Because if you read Call Me Daddy, that comic I did back in 2017, I think, you will notice quickly that his gist is not just being there to be someone else's love interest. He's there to, well, because of what happens in the comic, you'll know what I'm talking about. His purpose is not to be someone else's love interest. His purpose there is to well, just be like a story that Nathan tells, or hears and then tells. But then I start to expand Bradley's everything else in other comics. Whenever he shows up, I kind of do a little bit of expanding on his background, and this comic here, call it what you want, expands Bradley's character even further because it's completely, fully dedicated to him and Francis. Gavin was a much more shallower character. Didn't have a whole lot going on for him other than just being quirky and weird. which is kind of like Francis, but also Gavin, despite being quirky and weird, still has like a great deal of reasoning and common sense that Francis kind of lacks. So Gavin was kind of like a wild card, but not always. It was only a wild card from 5 to 7. 7 to 5, rather. And the rest of the day he was pretty chill. Then Wallace now. Wallace was a character that from the very beginning I wrote in a different way than all the other previous love interests. Even though originally he was already intended to be the love interest, but it wasn't gonna be a simple thing of like, they just meet one another and get together. It would be like, they already know one another. Problem now is that they have been away for too long and there's this whole gap between them that needs to be breached in many different ways and forces both of them to do a little bit of growing in on their own. More so Nathan than Wallace himself, because Wallace is mature in that regard. But still. Wallace is not there just to be a love interest. He's there to also kind of serve as a guide, a pointer for Nathan into, hey, we sure could and should get together, but you still have a lot of things pending to resolve with yourself and your family and such, and you know, you really should look at that. And also, we have some weird kinks that we need to talk about. Then I did those other two characters, Riskel and Grimnar for What a Night to Be Cursed. Those I have nothing to say, they're just there, kind of. Mostly because their story isn't necessarily a slice of life, it's a whole other thing. As you know, whenever you start involving werewolf sex, things just go a completely unexpected direction altogether. Then, going back a little bit to the Gondor week, there was Matthew. Matthew deal was... It was kind of to be like a counterpoint to Mike. Because the whole, like I was saying, the whole deal of Mike existing is just exist as an alternative for Derek. Choose from, so instead of Derek being with Scott, it's like, hey, there's also Mike. Good looking to that guy. But whereas Mike was kind of very passive in that, was just there, trying to help Derek. Matthew was much more forceful towards Scott and kind of was really trying to come onto him in a very forceful manner. And I think that, sure, that's like horrible from any socialization standpoint. I think it's more interesting of a character because he has this whole, like, you can clearly see that Matthew has an objective in mind, which is to be with someone else. He just goes about it in a completely horrible way. But precisely because he goes about this in a completely horrible way, you realize that, hey, there's something going on with this character. He's not just like, while he filled the role of a villain for a while, he wasn't quite like a black and white villain, which is like, I'm bad, bah. If you were to look at things from Matthew's perspective, which I did in those scenes where him and Jane are talking to one another, you you can see the depth in him, which is like, you know, he knows very well about his sexuality, and he is stuck in this. I'm in a small city. I'm the only gay boy here. What do I do? And then meets Scott, and it's like, ah, there might be something there. And that's where his depth come from, like trying to figure things out and being like, hey, the thing I've been looking for finally showed up. It's just that instead of taking it slow, he tries to rush it and kind of ends up screwing everything. Gets mad at himself, gets mad at Scott, gets mad at everything. It's like, and definitely has some anger management issues going on with that boy. So, like I was saying, there's a lot of nuance to Matthew's character altogether. And then that's pretty much it for all of my characters that I've ever written with any notions in mind. The only other characters that I have also are those from Interdictor, but seeing as Interdictor is kind of its own thing, I find it a little bit hard to really talk too much about them because we didn't really get to see much of them to begin with. But in short, there's the Imperial family. There's 3 characters, which is Leonim, Edmental, and Gertval, which are the children of the Imperial family. And the whole gist of those 3 is that Edmental being, well, not the eldest, he's the oldest male son. He's like the heir who's supposed to inherit everything. So he's been, from a very young age, being taught into the manners of like, you need to learn how to be a prince. So he didn't get much time to be, to be young and play and such. His younger brother, Gertval, was able to be a kid, actually. Is all like, has the sense of wonder and like, wants to know everything there is to know about everything and everyone. Is always like curious and inquisitive and kind of hyperactive. Their oldest sibling is Leonim, the female, because Interdictor takes place in like a imperial sort of setting. She is like she was sent off to marry this lord from a faraway land to secure like peace with them. And the whole thing is that she doesn't want to go. She's sent there, and because of that she rebels violently. And every time that they go back like home to their city to visit the Imperial family, she's always like, I already came here earlier on my own. I took an earlier train to come here to do the stuff on my own, and I'm not here with my husband. I'm here. I came in hidden and in secret to meet with my lover. So all of those characters I already have that big different personality from one another, and whenever the aliens invade, quote unquote, all of their personalities just get even more accentuated. Edmental gets super paranoid with all of the aliens wanting to do some weird thing. Leonim is just like, I've been far away from my family. I'm concerned about all of you being here, smack dab in the middle of the aliens. And Gertval being sent like as a diplomat to grow up with the aliens to ensure some manner of peace between species is like his wanderlust and inquisitive spirit just blooms even further, and it's like, whoa, all these many species, and I want to know everything there is to know about everyone. That's fun.
So he gets that very playful personality. Mercat, you ask, do you have any advice for romantic character plots in comics or any advice for comic storytelling? Advice for writing. Well, I really excel. I think well, never mind. I don't excel at all. But I do like to write drama in my comics. I really like when there's like conflict between characters because it's interesting. I just love to see conflicts in fictional spaces. I hate conflicts in real life, but in fictional spaces I think it's very interesting because like the writer has the power to make the conflict resolve in a positive way where everyone walks away calmly and having learned something from that. I like that. And I like to write conflicts, and I think I've grown comfortable with writing those types of stories. But when it comes to conflicts, you can't just have a conflict for the sake of conflict. Like it can be a conflict just because it isn't like a timer. So it's been 3 days since our last conflict. It's time to reset that clock and start one right now. There has to be a reason, I find, and it's good if the reason stems from characters being at odds with one another. It's something that they should not be. It's something that they should be agreeing to for any reason. Because conflict is even more interesting if it comes from characters that already have like some manner of rapport, and not from like, hey, this rando I met on in the middle of the street, they wanna throw down, let's go. That there's no involvement there. But if it's a character that true characters that you have been involved in learning more about, their invested in learning more about them, and then they get into a conflict, then you, the reader or a writer, gets torn into like, okay, so how do we resolve this? And one thing that really helps with conflicts is when you have very strong character motivations driving them, and those character motivations end up being at odds with one another. Um, a really interesting example, I think, is when a friend of mine asked for help with like, hey, I'm writing this story. There's characters that I want to get into conflict, but I don't know how to write this conflict. It doesn't feel what's the word? It doesn't feel good enough. It doesn't feel like well made. It doesn't feel well rounded out. It feels wrong. It doesn't feel right. What am I missing? And the backstory for the characters is that one of them is much older than the other, like some 20 almost. 20 something, almost 30 years older than the other character. But despite that, they still meet and get together and such. And the gist is that this older character, this story takes place in like the real world with the same settings and such. The idea is that this character served in the I believe World War II. He served in World War II. Him and the guy who at the time was his like his boyfriend when they were young, they kind of realized that, whoa, we really like one another. Then they got together, became boyfriends, kind of grew up together, bought their own place, moved in on their own, and lived together for a while. Then World War II started, and both of them went to serve. In fact, the character Roy the bear, he goes to serve out of feeling patriotism for the land. He kind of decides to draft himself to serve. And his lover decides, if you're serving, I'm going too. So he goes after him. But Roy, because he knows like Italian, he gets to work as like a translator, so he's like safe in the offices. Whereas his lover, Marco, goes to serve in the field, so he's like infantryman. And then his unit gets bombed and he ends up dying in that accident. And then Roy is very torn by that, like, oh no, I cause him to die and all that. And then he has this whole crisis where, well, not crisis, but he has this whole coming to grips with the realizing that he just lost the love of his life and all of that, and then coming back from war and being like, well, that sucked. And then he tries to reassemble into civilian life, even though it was not that hard for him with not being the battlefield, but it's still hard because of having lost someone. And then years later, he meets this other guy who's like 20 many years younger than him. And then this guy, like, since the story takes place like in the late 70s or the 80s, this guy has like a whole hippie vibe going on. And then at some point, they start talking about like the Vietnam War, and this guy is like, "No, down with the war. It's bad and such." And then Tracy, the coyote, is like, "No, the war is bad, and I'm going to go to this place to protest with the people against the war." And then Roy's like, "No, but we need to fight for our land. They're trying to take away our freedom and this and that." And Tracy starts to throw in arguments like, "No, but what do you mean freedom? They're like backwater country people who have nothing. What are we taking from them? They're not trying to take away our freedom. They're just people that have nothing to do with us, and it's their leaders who are trying to cause this war." And then they start to get a little bit heated up into this argument, and then at some point there comes the fact that like Tracy has never really registered to serve in the army, and Roy's like, "What? That's a crime. That's a felony. If they find you out, you're gonna get arrested." And Tracy's like, "Nah, it's not. Nothing's gonna happen because like I'm not going to serve as cannon fodder in someone else's war for just for money and profit and whatever." And then Roy is getting visibly flustered about the whole situation. Just goes like, "No, what if this would be bad? Like, if war goes on and we start losing things." And he says something about losing something, and then like, or something like, "Hey, if they find out that you didn't register and you go to jail, you're gonna lose years of your life." And Tracy, who has like a kind of troubled childhood sort of deal, not that troubled, but kind of weird, he goes like, "What do you know about loss?" He says this to Roy, who lost someone in the war, and he knows this. And that's when Roy gets visibly like, "You crossed the line. Get out of my face. I don't want to see you. Don't want to talk to you. You went too far." And that's the point that we got after like a little bit of back and forth between how this discussion should go. Because the original draft was just like, you're talking about the war, and then someone mentions loss. Tracy says, "Oh, you know nothing about loss," or "What do you know about loss?" Then Roy gets angry and just says, "Get out of my face." So I work with him, with this friend of mine who wrote this story, Long Division, by the way, you should check that out, about what's going on with the story, like how can we make this conflict a little bit better. And the way that we made it better was by escalating it slowly, like each character with their own strong motivations, pitting their arguments against each other, like each with their own convictions, each with their own mentalities on how this should be dealt with. They start to just go at odds. Nobody's really in the wrong in their own minds, but they disagree with the other strongly, so they are going to have a conflict. And at the end, the conflict doesn't really get resolved. They just don't know where to go from there, and it ends up to this escalating and then exploding moment in the discussion. And I think that that's something interesting because conflict is good when it happens, and then later on the characters talk about it and resolve it. And character growth is great for romantic character plots. It's like, even though we've had a very horrible fight with one another, we talked and we understood one another and we grew as persons, and now we understand each other better, and now our love really knows no bounds. We were able to work past this huge ideology problem going on. Also, hello there, Shooting Dragon and Lucas. Bom dia. Hello, welcome to the stream. Shooting Dragons, you said, do you have any plans for We Got Another Year? Really enjoyed your visual novel. Thank you very much. I'm glad you did. I was just talking about it earlier. That is, I have to go back to working on that. I was saying that Rob is my favorite character that I have ever written, because I wrote him not for a comic story, but for a visual novel, for a game, in which the player has agency over what Rob says, but he still has to follow a certain route in that story. So writing a character that has that freedom, but also sticks to convictions and certain things to make sure that the plot moves forward in a specific manner, makes things really interesting, and I really like that character. Also, he has another like trait that I never really revealed, that is going to be revealed in the second episode of the visual novel, whenever I get to find the time to write it. But yeah, I don't have like a specific time schedule for that, but I do plan to going back and finishing that story, because I really like Rob as a character in that, and his story is one that I want to see told. And I feel it's really important also. I feel like there's a statements to be made there that I want to make for people out there. But going back to your question, Meerkat, about advice for romantic character plots, I think on aside from this whole conflict thing, because conflicts is like my forte, is what I really excel at telling, I think, of all the genres and mechanisms of storytelling. I think the conflict is something I do really well when it's between two characters. But you can't just have a story built out completely out of conflict, like aggressive conflict. However, there's the peaceful kind of conflict, which is kind of what I'm writing here with Bradley and Francis. And the peaceful conflict is mostly like a clash in worldview, in personality. Francis is very carefree and very wild, like we already said. He's very quirky. He does things on his own terms, and Bradley is more of a structured person. And those two have no reason to really get along at all. But also, Bradley has this thing that he's very protective and very caring. You can see this on him earlier in Call Me Daddy, this story. You can already tell that he's this kind of person that is protective, and like, even if he does not knows what's going on, if his significant other is like going down that road, he will like make sure that he at least is by their side to make sure that they're okay. He's the protective kind of guy. And what with Francis having this like wild personality, they kind of end up getting along. What with Bradley wanting to make sure that Francis is going to be okay, and Francis just happy overall that, hey, this guy doesn't seem bothered at all by all the weird things I say and the weird way that I act and live, is a friend. I want to hang out with him some more. And I think that having like this clash of personalities, like two characters with very different personalities, makes for very interesting romance plots because you get a whole lot more like storytelling material out of that. If two characters are too alike one another, you can still write a pretty good romance story, but it can get really interesting to tell and hear about if there's like something really weird going on with the characters. And the really weird thing normally is if they are opposites, or not necessarily opposite, but they're vastly different from one another. Like, under normal circumstances, those two characters would never meet, get along, and have a relationship, but despite being complete opposites, something happens that puts them on each other's path and makes them meet and develop something. In this specific story here, call it what you want, the thing is that Bradley is a mechanic, so he has like his whole mechanic shop, and Francis is like, oh, my father is having eye surgery, so he's not gonna be able to drive his car for a while, and so I'm going to drive instead of him for while he's recovering. So we're taking the car to the mechanic to get it checked up, but also I'm coming, Francis in that case, I'm also coming here to like see where the mechanic is, who is who, and like also to introduce you to the guys. This is my son, Francis. And then Francis was like, whatever. I'm here out of I'm here because I have to, not because I want to. So whatever. So he kind of walks out. He walks away as soon as things start. Like his father drops the car and they start talking about car stuff. So they go away, or rather, Francis walks away, and Bradley seems just like interested in like, why are you walking away? So he goes after him just to be like polite, like, hey, you're the son of our customer, and nice to meet you. We've heard a lot about you. You're his son that went to college, and he keeps telling us about the things that you do. But then Francis, instead of being the regular, oh yeah, I am, yeah, nice to meet you, and being at that like polite conversation, he just starts going balls to the walls with talking about odd things that people would not talk about in like a meeting someone for the first time. Like, hey, I just met you. I'm not going to talk about how I think my college diploma is a waste and this and that. So when he starts talking about that, it really takes Bradley by surprise, and Bradley is like, what do I do? Should I engage with this? Sure. And then he just engages with Francis and starts to like, okay, tell me more about that. Like, he's being a good listener. And then eventually what ended up happening is that Bradley at the end is like, okay, so since you're the one who's going to be taking in the car to the garage, you should have my number, so you can call me if anything happens. This is my personal number because your father is a very old valued customer of ours, so he's one of the few who actually get my personal number, so I'm gonna give that one to you. And Francis is like, sure, okay. And then he kinda does the quirky thing of saying, okay, what's your favorite music? I'm gonna set it as your ringtone, which takes Bradley by surprise again. And then eventually they talk a little bit more with one another, and that's when things start to move forward. When Bradley's like, I don't know what's up with this guy, but let's see where this goes. And Francis is just like, I like him and he's a nice friend. I want to hang out more with him. And then from this, like, just regular happenstances in daily life, um, um, a romantic relationship starts to develop and kind of form between those two characters. And I think that that's would be my advice for romantic character plots, is if the romance happens like kind of casually and naturally, organically, and not like I did with the Golden Week, which is like the characters just happen to be in the same place at the same time, and one of them just it's kind of an act of desperation, just goes in for the kiss, and like kisses the other, and like, oh, okay, you're interested in me, cool, let's bang. So there's like a build up, and I think that that's the word, that's the important word, is if it has progression, if it builds up. If it happens all at once from nowhere, it feels weird. If it has a build up that feels natural and organic, the story will flow much better. For advice for comic storytelling in general, there's a lot of things I would say, but I feel like one of the things I would say for storytelling advices in general, especially for comic, is that you should never really expect your readers to make the same leaps of logic as you. Because whenever you are doing a scene or talking about something and you think to yourself, okay, I know what's going on, so it's alright if I jump from point A to point D without going through point B and C. You know the full plot, you know in your mind how everything's going. So you feel comfortable with making that leap. The readers, they don't know the full plot, they don't know the full story, they don't know what's going on. So you cannot expect your readers to be able to make the same leap as you. Because you think, oh, okay, I'm going to leap from point A to point Z. However, the kick is that I'm making very long leaps, so I'm only going from A to N and then to Z. Your readers, they see, okay, here's point A, here's point Z, I don't know which letters of the alphabet you went through to get to point Z. So they're confused, and they're lost, and then they're not engaged. So I think you need to always assume that your readers are always in need of constant reminders of what's going on. Well, not necessarily constant reminders, but sometimes things have to be spelled out for them. They need to have their hands held to go forward with the narrative, and I think you don't have to do that all the time. Sometimes it is okay to make those leaps without properly explaining them, depending on the kind of story that you're trying to tell. Because sometimes you do want to jump perspectives and say like, oh, okay, John is here doing this, but now let's jump to Mary and see what Mary is doing. And then let's jump back to John, and John is already doing something completely different, and you're like, whoa, what happened? And then later on, John meets Mary, and then John explains to Mary what he has done in the past. And then Mary's like, oh, okay, let's go. And then everything is explained. But as the reader is reading, they'll be like, oh, whoa, this happened out of nowhere. This is odd. How did John go from doing this to doing that? What happened in between? So you know what's going on, and you know that like further ahead you're going to have John and Mary together and have John explain to Mary what he has done. But your reader does not know that, and they will feel lost if you do that right away. So you can either trust that your readers will like be so deeply engaged with the story that they'll just shake it off and be like, okay, all right, I'm trusting you, guide me on this journey. I'm letting you take the wheel, drive this the story, and I'm going to see where it goes. Some readers are not the trusting kind though. If they feel lost or confused, they're just gonna abandon ship. They're just gonna be like, no, I don't understand, I don't get it, I'm out of here. Bye. So my advice for comic storytelling is to always write and think about your scenes from the reader's perspective. They know nothing. Imagine that between the current page and the previous page, they forgot everything. Absolutely everything. So, ideally, you would be constantly reminding them of everything all the time. But that would make for a very hard to read story when every single second they are reiterating what has just happened. So instead, I would say that the sweet spot is something that you will only get with practice. Even I still stumble on this at times. But the sweet spot would be for you to know when to bring back information that you have already provided again, re-explain things to people like, hey, let's go back to this plot point here and let's explain that again. Let's mention that again. Let's bring that again. This little exposition. Let's talk about that one more time. And sometimes you can trust you have to do the. You guys have to trust me. Let's go. Let's make a leap, and just go for it. You will screw it up a lot. I will still screw that up a lot. But with time and experience, you start to get the hang of that. And then you are able to make better stories because you will understand it at some point, like how the readers are able to follow along with whatever it is that you're writing. Sometimes, though, that will still be absolutely 100% impossible, and you will always have some readers who are not able to keep up at all, and then you just have to deal with it, pretty much. Some readers, they just. It's not necessarily that they can't follow up with the story or that they're not putting in the effort. Sometimes you just don't know what's going on with the reader. Sometimes they're like reading your story in between doing something like severely weird and different in their lives that you don't know of. Like I post my comic pages one page per week every Friday. So between this Friday and the next Friday, all manner of things will have happened to the readers, and who knows what will happen. And whenever they read the next page, they'll be like, "Oh, I think I missed something." And it's not because they are not able to keep up with it, but more so because life has been happening, and their focus was completely devoted to whatever was going on. So being mindful of that is always important. My general advice is that just be mindful that sometimes your readers will not keep up and you have to make sure that you're not making too big a leap for them. If you're going to make a big leap, there are always some narrative way in which you can explain that leap in a way that makes more sense or is easier for them to follow. Another general comic storytelling or just general storytelling advice that I have is to plot things beforehand. A little bit of planning beforehand goes a long way to making sure that your whole everything is concise. And when I say planning, it's something I hate doing. I absolutely hate planning stories. But I have to admit, whenever I plan stories, they turn out much better than the stories that I do, like, willy-nilly. And the way that I started planning stories to, like, get over my hatred of planning, but also still do planning altogether, is that I... instead of, like, meticulously writing every single event that is going to happen, I just pick a sheet of paper, like any notebook that is lying around, and I write down how many pages there will be. There are usually 20. And I think of the overall outline of this entire chapter, what's going to happen, and then I start to write down, like, scenes. So the first scene will be Bradley and Francis talking on the top of the lighthouse, and then they start to talk about Bradley going to Francis's home to have dinner with his parents, and then he kind of starts to turn tail and run and kind of tries to escape that situation, and then Francis go after him. So that's the scene I'm thinking out, and I think that should be like, or rather, to further develop on the scene. After that, Francis confronts Bradley, and Bradley says that he has, like, traumatic memories about that. And then Francis asks him to open up, asks Brad to open up to him. And then he does, in kind of like a convoluted way. So that scene, I will say it's like 4 or 5 pages. I write down the scene, the summary for the scene, pages 1 through 5. That's it. Then the next scene, pages 6 through 10. The next scene, pages 11 and 12. This is a short scene, so 2 pages will do. Scene 4, you describe that scene, pages 13 through 16, and so on. So you get a chapter, you break it down into scenes, describe each scene and the average length it should have. And then if you're feeling fancier, you can go and break down every scene into specific pages. So page 1 is them atop the lighthouse, a big establishing shot. Then they talk a little bit about this and that, and just setting the mood, so we don't start talking about anything like weird or big or anything. We just start setting the mood and kind of just the characters talking to one another about idle whatevers, and it just ends up with a snarky remark, and that's it. Page 1, that's the script. Page 2, and then you go on with page 2, and then page 3, and so forth until you have written out the outline for every single page. And you don't have to, like, write down exactly panel 1 is going to be exactly this with this description, this and that. Panel 2 is going to be this and this and that. Panel 3. You don't have to do a super precise description of it. It's super helpful if you do. Don't. Just a general outline of, it's going to have these many scenes. Each scene, these scenes are going to have these many pages. And that's it. Just this brief outline of what the chapter will be, how many scenes there will be, and how many pages each scene will be, is already enough outlining, enough planning to guide you. And with that in hand, you can just go ahead with your story. So, yeah. Those are my 2 general advices for storytelling and writing comics. Is to, first and foremost, to make sure that you're not making weird leaps with your narrative, and are always taking steps that the audience, the readers, can follow up on. And the second advice is to plan. You don't need to do crazy planning, just a little outline already helps. And there we go. 5 hours later, I am done with the sketch for this page 16 of the comic of Call It What You Want. Now I've been streaming for 5 hours, did the whole sketch. Now it's time to call it a day. Tomorrow I will be working on doing the line art, throwing colors, shading. The lettering is already done, so there's nothing to be done on that front, thankfully. Maybe just a little bit of adjustment of like the speech bubbles. Now that I have the precise idea of where the characters are. The speech bubbles are already like in the right sizes and format. I just have to move them around a little bit to make sure that they're in as proper a place as they can be. But other than that, just minor adjustments here and there. Then do the line art, color, shading, and backgrounds, which of course is just going to be a bunch of random color blobs. And then today, later, within the next 18 hours, I'll have this page posted on Patreon. So there are no links for that, but make sure to check my Patreon. Hope you enjoyed that. Other than that, I hope you guys also enjoyed this impromptu stream. Really random, really out of left field. Everyone must have been like, oh boy, the hell, stream out of nowhere. These are random. Don't know if when it'll happen again. But you can always make sure that you, if you're subscribed to both my Twitter and my YouTube channel and my Picardo channel, you'll get the notification whenever one of those go live. So yeah, thank you guys so very much for sticking around and watching, and see you guys. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, everyone. Bye bye.